Welcome in. Ooh, that was an interesting kind of welcome. An interesting kind of welcome, eh? So, timestamps are in the description box for choosing the pile. Choosing the piles. I was going to say choosing the pile selection then. I am tempted to do another one of those long readings. I've done one of them before where I've had like multiple pile selections. It's like you select out of a certain number and then you go into that group and then there's more to select from there. But I think I'll just do 3 today. Or 4 or 2. Ooh, I haven't done 2 for a very long time. That could be cool. I'll just see how many want to come through. Well, that would be 2. Front and back. Okay, we're just doing 2 piles. What if, wait, maybe we are going to do them more within. We'll see. Back of the deck. Okay, the collective energy is interesting because actually I need to put that down rightwards down. The back of the deck energy is very interesting because it's like a chaotic expansion which also has so much peace to it. There's like a big energy shift here, but it feels so soothing that it's very different from maybe recent sort of shifts you've experienced, or maybe than your fear would be telling you. Okay. This could also be certain things you're seeing in the future, and when you feel into them, you feel the calmness and the love there, but maybe parts of your body goes into like a fear surrounding it. So this would be the confirmation of the lightness of this, the ease it has. Okay. Ooh, belly rumble. Interesting energy here, very interesting. Okay. Welcome in pile selection. There's just 2 cards. Ooh, the S ones. Yeah, okay. So I think there's like gonna be multiple piles within these 2, but the first pile selection this is card number 1. I guess I don't have to pick them up, it's so zoomed in. And this is pile number 2. Pile number 2 has the back, pile number 1 has the front. And the back of pile 1 is blank and the front of pile 2 is the moon. Okay, see you at your piles. Welcome in the first reading of pile number 1. The first thing is that it was upside down. So either this is a shift of perspective or you're realizing that something is like, I think it's a similar message to what I was saying before. Something is far smoother than you're seeing it to be. Not because it was wrong before, not because you weren't feeling the truth of something. It's like this entire card is here, but the way in which I perceive it is actually so much more in alignment with me in its natural form. The shape that something takes naturally is so much easier. Okay. Ooh. Okay, not this deck. Actually, okay. Yeah, there's something they're like dropping. I wish you could have seen that. That could be... Whoa, okay. What is going on? I wonder if there are like excitements here or nerves. There's definitely a feeling of like a bit of like a jumble, even if things also feel really right. It's like things, you have to say no to something in order for the yes of that very thing to be shown. It's like you've got the whole picture correctly, but you need to decide that that's not what the true picture is. Like any discomfort you feel surrounding something isn't to do with that thing being not fitting for you, but it's simply about, what is it then? It's not, how do we say change of perspective in a different way? How do we change the perspective to see, or change the actions, or change the blank for something to fit? To see the piece of something rather than the fear of it or with it. However the words fit for you. Transformation. Snake. Yeah, me saying transformation before I said the name of the card also gives me that energy of like flip-flop. Back of the deck is cheetah. It took me this long to also see that these two both say avian. Blue avian and avians. Yeah, why did I read the snake card first? It really does feel like you jump over something, and then when you look back at it, that's when you get to see it from the other side, and that's when it makes sense. I feel like there's anxiety to this energy, but it's not like lasting. Like, it's going to be shown to you that the anxiousness was coming from a perspective you had of it, not that it itself was actually causing you anxiety. If that doesn't fully make sense. I think it makes sense. Okay, this is an interesting message. I think it makes sense despite it not really being true. For some of you, I feel a bit of like a, once I get this over with, then things will like click back into place for you. It could be something along the lines of letting go of something from your life allows you to feel upright again. It's like, it's not that you were a mess, but it was that there were others in your, or other things in your life that were distorting your own energy, distorting your own view of self, your own sense of peace and contentment. Why is that the energy coming through? Peace and contentment. I mean, it is kind of just the energy I'm in. Yeah, that's the message for you. It's like you are in the energy of peace and contentment. But I think there's like a distortion around whether you actually are or not. So we have Void and Phoenix Bird, and back of the deck is Spirit Guide Me. Yeah, there's something strongly about tapping into your own sense of self. Let's get some number cards too. Because again, it's this strong feeling of everything is in order. But there are certain things that are either causing the disorder or things that need to go. I'm kind of seeing the void a bit like a bin, like a dustbin. A bin of sorts. And you have things you want to throw in it for it to just completely vanish. I like that, and it's interesting. There's so much like transformation here. Snake, Phoenix Bird, and then Void isn't really transformative energy to me, but the way I'm seeing it now is like enabling transformation. So there could be something in your situation which enables transformation but isn't actually really part of it or a part of your life. Like a wand, it's like the wand isn't the thing that actually transforms, it's the thing that enables the transformation, and it's neither you nor the end result. Allow that to click if that clicks. If not, that doesn't have to make logical sense. Okay, and a bird card for here. Did I say we got the number 23? I'm seeing these like sperm. So that could be telling for an area of life for this for you. If not, it's active side. It's interesting because it's coming through in abundance, or in, it's such a gentle energy that I don't know how to explain. There is such a forgiving energy, a pliable, mutable energy with avians. Oh yeah, right, I'm using the bird deck. Oh, and Phoenix Bird, wow, okay. You might really resonate with birds. At least for this situation, bird energy could really help. Okay. We have the lapwing. Let's move that guy up. Actually, no, that's not. Let's keep it like even. Okay, 11-11. Let's keep it even. That's just reminding me of that forgiving energy. It's so interesting. It's such a potent energy here. Very, very changing. Like life-altering feeling. Or self-altering. And I feel like you have a clear direction with what this is. It doesn't feel too elusive. But it might make you nervous. There's something about skipping a step in order to see the truth of something. It's not that there's not a step there, but in order for you to fall into the truth of the step you're wanting to take, it feels like a need to like not have a focus beyond certain difficult parts or certain aspects of the journey that you don't fully see. That gives a bit of the void energy of like jumping like over something and that not being a focus point, but it being integral to the journey. I don't fully get it, the other viewpoint or the other way. I'm thinking of Bop It. It's like a handheld game that Bop It. You have to I don't know how to describe this. It's basically like a piece of plastic that you hold and you press play and you just press Bop It. There's a big circle in the center. When it says Bop It, you press Bop It, and if it says like twist it, then you like twist on another part of it. And there's also a pull. So when it says pull, you pull that. And what's the other one? There's a spin one, the red or the juicy red one. They go brrr, but that one always like didn't always like compute as working. So there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different like button things that you could do, and it gets faster and it changes the order. And okay, it's a very fun game, and you can play it with a friend, and you decide, okay, you do those 2 and I do these 3, or yes, okay. Too slow. Okay, yeah, it's being too slow, or like a speed, adrenaline. Yeah, I did pick up a bit on that, like excitement or nervousness here. But also there's just so much calm. Some of you might not be feeling that calm. The number 3, creativity, and then below that was 12. And below that, 4. Also 10 wanted to pop out. And 21. Okay, 3 feels like a significant number here. I wonder if you feel restless because you feel like you need more. That would go hand in hand with this first energy of actually you have the full picture. There's no more to see. I feel like it's that there's not only the physical reality but also your like emotions. It's like you felt into all the different emotions and gone to all the different like headspaces that you need to have a clear view of your situation, which is interesting because that's why that might be like a message needing to come through, because there is also something you don't see. There's a void here. But I think for a lot of you, that's a feeling that you've come from, like a feeling of lack in a certain area of life. Even the like top part of this lapwing and the bottom is cut off. There's a feeling of desiring more of a creative life, or desiring like a massive shake-up. Some of you may have been waiting, but again, the steps are already there. I'm trying to think about the energy I'm in right now. It does feel a bit like in and out. It's like I feel kind of in flow and kind of very not in flow. I think that's how you're feeling. At least maybe to do with a particular situation, or I kind of want to say for you, I think when you really notice how you're feeling, that's how you're feeling. Some of you are very aware of how you're feeling always, or often. But for some of you, I do feel like there's a sense of maybe feeling very scattered and looking in lots of different directions, and then when you sit with yourself and be still, that's when certain steps get highlighted to you. Certain strong desires for change. We could see this 23 card like going from 2 to 3. That feels like an energy of like 2D to 3D. I quite like that actually. It's a feeling of going from something that kept you wondering, okay, interesting, to that creative energy of 3. I think maybe the void energies, or the lack of knowing, the lack of something, is significant in both where you've come from and where you're going. It's the like common tether is that like the reason why you're wanting to experience such change is coming from the feeling of like feeling that sense of void, feeling that sense of lack, but also like the very thing that you're wanting is a feeling of like being able to be more in the unknown. It's a feeling of like newness actually. It's like experiencing things that you haven't experienced yet. 2 feels like an energy of back and forth that is comfortable, and yet it's the same. There's no like different ways of relating is what this is feeling like. There could be a focus on friendship here. Some of you, the 3 of Cups, maybe 3 of Wands too, but I'm thinking 3 of Cups has been following someone around. Blue Avian. And now I'm thinking some of you might have had like a friend following you around. Maybe that's relevant here. What I'm wanting to say about the lapwing is that it has such like a delicate appearance, but the energy of it, and it's so small I think too, or at least I think when I think of it, it's so small. But it has such like an intensity to it, which is this whole energy of like, there feels like such lightness here, but also so much brewing beneath the surface. I don't know if I'd even call it beneath the surface for you, but I think you would. I'm really being drawn to the eggs in the snake card. That's what it feels like. It feels like it's not beneath the surface. The eggs are like seen. You know that there's eggs. There's so much potential here. Oh, we've got eggs, and I said these were sperm, so there could be something around, and the number 3, creativity. There could be a lot around creation, maybe that being like a new human child or a new other kind of child. But there's definitely like a big shift going on for you. And well, yeah, how do I describe that energy? It does feel very fluid and so much expansion. Okay, I'm told I can move on to the like piles within this pile, within pile 1, but I heard something like, but you won't feel like it's time to, or you won't feel ready to. Something along those lines, which felt like this situation. Like something that you're embracing of, but also maybe resistant to. Like not feeling quite ready. I hope for some of you to let go, but others of you it feels more like, yeah, it's a letting go no matter what it is, because yes, I guess. Yes, I guess. I kind of feel like that could be some of your approaches, like, because yes, I guess. Because why not? Okay, take that as it resonates. The colour green could be significant, which is weird because we have blue avian here. Yeah, there's something like unsatisfying about that, because that reading felt like I didn't get at the core of it. And I just think that that is the energy that you're moving out of, a sense of dissatisfaction in some way. Actually, maybe we'll keep this out since, yeah, that was all around that card. Now we'll do, oh, now I'm confused. Now I'm confusion. Let's use my number cards to get selection for the piles within pile 1. Cool. Other way around, other way around. Was that in the middle? Okay, weird. Don't know what that's about. But yeah, that feels like this thing of like moving, having the 3 cards, but them needing to come out in a different position. Maybe that's a hint for some of you trying to create a child. Changing position. Okay. Welcome in pile selection for the second selection. Pile 1, well, 1.1 is 24, 1.2 is 111, and 1.3 is 1 and 4, which would be 14. Okay, 24, 111, 14. I can read numbers. Okay, let's go pile 1.1. We're going did I say points or did I say colons? I think I just said points. Okay, welcome in. Pile 1.1, number 24. Directionless. And you'd expect it to then go to direction full. But instead it's more of like a combination as opposed to like a choice. There's more of like an integration going on here. Okay, back of the deck is dolphin. Ooh, there's like an extreme lightness to this, and also a stream of depth, a fluid stream of depth. Okay, let's use some of these. Oh, the energy here is sparkly. I feel like there's like a lot of unexpected energy here, but also I think you can't pinpoint anything. Pleiades, back of the deck, not using. What is this? It's like getting me ramped up, and the energy feels like it's moving a lot for you. Meira. I'm wanting to call this the nameless. The nameless untied. I heard I'm tired too. Maybe some of you are tired. Maybe tired of something being nameless. Naming things could be significant. Did you see me like shaky a bit? Is that significant here? Being shaky? There feels like something important here that could have strongly to do with family, close family, or family feeling. Bringing in a new family member. Okay, let's get runes. That's a lot of runes, wow. What does that mean? There's a lot. Okay, we have manas. Ooh, we have awas. I love the back of that. Look at that. Look at all the peace. Lavender could be significant for some of you. Or chamomile. The combo of both. Why did I stop reading them after the first one? Interesting. It feels like that nameless. Not reading them, not saying the names. Okay. I couldn't do colour for the pile 1 collective, but for you I think I can. For you I think I can. Maybe that's significant. Colours. Okay, this is Hakase from Nichijo. This is Ota from Tanaka-kun. He's gonna be not fully in the view. What are you dealing with? We have... I'm completely blanking. Tsuki from Gintama and Koro-sensei from Assassination Classroom. Some of you have been waiting a long time for something here. At least it's felt like a long time. There's like an enjoyment of the ride. I'm remembering a particular deck I used to have. It was a small tarot deck and I loved that, but I can't remember what it was called. It was like a pretty simple name, like intuitive tarot. I don't think it was actually called. Oh, dream something tarot. Something dreams tarot? Dream Priestess Tarot? I don't remember, but one of the cards I'm seeing, there was a figure riding a beetle. Or something that is making me think of a beetle at least. Slug. Small creatures or bugs could be significant. I just said don't say bugs. Not a bug. Why not bugs? A bug slug. Something's catching you off guard and I don't think you would expect that. Or you didn't expect something? Yeah, expecting. How many people are pregnant here? That's what I want to know. Okay, I'll read these finally. So we have manas, awas, thurisas, ingus, anzus, and fehu. But what do they mean? That's the question. I feel like you're in an energy of nothing matters. You feel very light and open, and some of you, okay, the metaphor of this stands regardless of if this is directly true for you, but some of you listened to the collective and then you paused and you waited a while and then you've listened to this, and there feels like a sense of having integrated a lot, or like time has gone by, or there's a lightness. It's just you've let go of something. There's a certain grip I think you used to have that is now feeling more surrendered, more allowing. There's a feeling here of any name, any way. It's not any way. It's a feeling of like, I know I used to care, but now I just really don't care, and it feels so good. I think you've let go of something really big, or you're on the brink of it and you already kind of feel like you have. It's a very caretaking energy, but it doesn't feel caretaking. It feels like a specific role, I want to say, and this energy feels like something you just fall into, that feels like, or something falls into you, more like. It's more of that feeling, because it's a feeling of, or out of you if it's a baby, but into your arms. It's a feeling of like not trying at all. And it doesn't mean that that's not kind of been a part of this, but it's like now there is such freedom feeling without it feeling too like, maybe the circumstances wouldn't typically look that way or sound that way, but it feels so open. It feels very blessed. It's like a gentle kind of magical. It's not too potent or too like in your face. It feels magically light. Magically just there, and there's an enjoyment of this experience. You may be feeling like your time is kind of zoomed in, like each moment you're being way more brought into the presence through the experience with something in particular. Like it feels like there's something in particular here that is new, at least somewhat new, that really like gets you into your body, gets you feeling very aware. I feel like it puts a smile on your face. I think that you're really feeling grateful. And there is a little bit of like a background of rushed energy, so I wonder if you're intentionally choosing to slow down, or intentionally choosing to like really value these moments, or really value what is in the present. I'm getting the analogy of stopping to smell the flowers. Maybe some of you feel like you have more reason to slow down now. There's a bit of a feeling of like wanting to be the best for something or for someone. Really wanting your heart to be a guide, to be to be a positive influence. I feel like there'll be like videos in the future of so much gratitude for you. Maybe not videos, maybe that's true for some of you, but I'm getting like a sense of that's not like at the forefront here, but maybe this is for you. I was kind of feeling from others, it's like there'll be so much gratitude for you, but maybe what am I in now? A certain energy of like being really out of it, and looking outside more. Maybe some of you are spending more time outside. That could be a simple message, or you're feeling called to. I also do feel like closing my window now, which is interesting because that's the opposite. And I have something to put in the bin, which I will do now too, which would fit from the collective of pile 1. The crystal fluorite could be significant for you. So it could be something about the expression of your gratitude or expression of your heart. I feel like for a lot of you this isn't particularly romantic love, but a very all-encompassing universal type of love. And if you know that that's inclusive of romantic, then you don't have to disregard that element, but this feels so childlike. I heard the word spontaneous. That does bring that energy of like the present more. There's such like a caretaking energy to this, but it's not putting me in a very like parental energy. It feels more like a friendship energy would feel. So maybe this has to do with the gratitude for a friend. But Meira is making me think of more of a guardian type of friend. The colour pink could be significant. I'm wondering what this energy is now, because I feel a sudden, not sudden, maybe it's sudden for you. There's like a focus on like my third eye and like a clenching of that. What's that about? I want to get a card for that. Let's use the animals deck. What's that about then? We have bat. There could be something about nighttime, because in that space while I was shuffling I was thinking about a nighttime walk. Sunsets could be significant. Bat. Well, this follows the energy from the collective of pile 1, which was very transformative. I want to get more on this. Whoa, what is it with this deck and your reading, pile 1? The overall of pile 1, it doesn't want to be used, but I really want to use it. Can you just directly apply that to your situation, or what? Or what? What is up with this? I'm gonna try again. Like with, okay, after the awareness that it doesn't want to be used, and feeling like the back of the deck is significant, Pleiades, because it felt like that healing kind of nurturing energy, but like a cross between something very intentional and something more free-flowing. That spontaneous energy along with like somewhat of a guiding feeling. I think it's that positive influence feeling again. It's like not fully leaning on, it's something that feels so natural. There could be something about journeying or traveling that's very relevant here. Okay, so after becoming aware of this not wanting to be used, I want to see if it will then want to be used. Yes, oh my goodness, what is that message? Okay. I got a bit riled up by that. Is that significant here? Getting a bit riled up by something? Because that was a bit of the energy that was like brewing in my third eye. Something that you see, something you intuit. What if all of this like peace and presence and like lightness is actually just like a facade? And when we get really into it, there's something more serious going on, or I heard a deep entanglement, and I'm being really drawn to these streaks in the bat card. I was thinking of the White Stripes then, a band. I think they're called the White Stripes. Earth's Oceans is the card that came out. Beside Hakase, who's laughing at that? Or snickering? Or excited? I'm seeing her like dive in the ocean. Now I'm in an energy of like, oh, I heard the words "it won't help." Something particular. Maybe something you are feeling like would help, but you sense or know won't. Something that can't be helped. I'm going to sit back for this energy. Earth's Oceans. I put my feeties up on the cold radiator. Nice cool down. I'm thinking of guns or like in games, like abilities, like a cooldown. Oh, also cool down as in cooling down after like a heated something. That feels like after bat. Like after an intensity comes this peace. But that's weird. And I said sunset. So I said sunset. And that would be a similar energy, like the okay, I'm confused. What is this energy? Because I'm Dagaz the rune. That's what this is all centering around. But that not being out here in the spread, and me wondering why that was, and the similar energy to, like, needing to acknowledge that something wasn't there or not working in order to then get the thing that would work. It's a feeling of like asking the right deck with the wrong question. No. What is that? No. That's more like it. Okay. Earth's Oceans. There's something about how cleansing that Earth's Oceans feels right now. Such a refresh, such like a needed energy, like why am I getting so tripped up? What are you getting tripped up on? That's what we'll ask. Didn't I try and get the back card for that? I don't remember what I got that card for anymore. Is that significant? Like the thing you're getting tripped up on being the thing that you don't remember, or you don't even remember what that was anymore? Because it's not like I'm saying it wasn't relevant, it's not remembering. Okay, we have Manta Ray. That feels like that third eye energy. And I'm going to Anzus, which feels like that too. But that's the fifth in the line. Yeah, it's interesting again because red kite at the back of the deck. What you're intuitively sensing is the thing that you're getting tripped up on. I want to ask the question. Are you getting tripped up on something you're sensing? I want to see if it's a plus or a minus energy. So minus? Is that the thing you're getting tripped up on? A minus energy? Yes. Interesting, because I actually saw I thought I saw yes, but a different one. And the one I actually thought I saw was a very intuitive one. It's this one, which makes me think of a crystal ball. But it was yes with a smiley face, so it's something simpler than intuitive. Okay. So it is, you're getting tripped up on like an intuition surrounding something maybe negative, or something to do with minus, maybe something that's not working. Let's just see if there's also getting tripped up intuitively about something that's a plus. Is that a part of this? Yes, okay. So it's both. Any more? Let's get a in the middle card, or about you. I don't know why I'm using this deck, but it might help. No. That just felt like I was saying no to the deck. Like, no, it might not help. It might not help. Maybe that's relevant here. Okay. Back of the deck is a tiny intentional yes. I'm going to say more than tiny, just intentional, because that goes with the energy of Pleiades I was feeling. Okay. So something that you're sensing that is tripping you up intuitively surrounding like a negative and a positive. A positive, that could be significant. And then surrounding yourself, or the middle ground, is like a wobbly no, being unsure. The thing that feels... Okay, let's clear all of this and then look directly at the intuitive nudges you're feeling surrounding a negative and a positive, and you can apply that to like actually being negative and positive, or you can apply it to past and future, or any other type of two things. Okay. I think number cards again. I'd keep that there. Okay, let's get a colour card first. I'm going to move that out of the way. That could be significant, moving something out of the way first. That just makes me think that the... What was that I was just in? Whoa! I feel like you feel like there's nothing you can do, but once it's like surrendering to that, then like that's what made me drop all the cards, and that's what created a certain change, or created a big revelation. Okay, flowers could be significant. That just feels like newness, and I did mention flowers earlier. Okay. I feel like saying we'll get there, we'll get there. I feel like there could be a sudden purging feeling you feel. Okay, pile number 1. I mean the minus. And then... Okay, maybe there's something about a strong connection with the minus, because that came out at the same time. I'm really noting how it's like the part that is the same is on the other side, and it's quite small. Like that feels like this dark blue is you, or the part that resonates with you, but it's not the part that is touching. And then the positive. There's something barren or dry about the minus. Maybe lacking. Yeah, maybe lacking something. Okay. I love that. The one that resonates is completely dark blue. Basically. Oh, look at the back of the deck. It's the one that's you. Interesting. Look, that's super like that. Look, I've got another one. What is that about? It's a feeling of this fehu. Because it's a feeling of like once certain things are realized, then there's like an abundance of you and this extra energy. I feel like that's all I need to say about that. I mean, we'll get more into actually what they are and how to navigate them, but that just feels like the overall. Okay. I'm going to use my body deck first. I'm just wondering what's so significant about names, because that manas makes me think of names too, and the awaz makes me think of a change of name or a change of perspective surrounding a name or surrounding names, which makes me think of that back of the deck intentional yes card. But then okay, I'm gonna leave that at that. That could be a significant phrase. I'm going to leave that at that. Okay, so what is the minus? What are you intuitively sensing about the minus, or how can we identify what this is more, maybe? We have outline. I might leave these up for you to interpret. Okay, then you. We have teeth. And then the positive, we have yoni. Again, both of these are both white. They're the same color. Something, your intuition is definitely telling you about that which does resonate with you. Like very clearly resonating with you, like on so many levels. And the part that doesn't feel like it's clicking, I think it's very apparent to you that there's a lot of it that doesn't match who you are or who you've become. Or maybe for some of you, it doesn't match your family or like your life as a whole. And back of the body deck, we have mouth. There could be something more masculine about what the minus part is, and something very, very feminine feeling about the plus. Your energy feels like a combo of both. Which is interesting because maybe it's, now I'm thinking of that being the opposite, because white is typically a masculine color, and you and the plus is both very masculine. And teeth feels very masculine too. There could be something strong about speech for you, or communicating. Take that as it applies. I'm getting really... what is that? I feel like you find it hard to really center into yourself when like certain things aren't clicking into place. And I think that you've already seen how you want them to click into place. I feel like you've had glimpses. Okay, let's get... for the minus. Okay, we have a few. We have cherry blossom, earth's oceans, mantid. I'm just noting that earth's oceans because that came out before. Was that surrounding what you were like confused or what was frustrating you? It was beneath bat at least, so transforming. Sirius bee and unicorns, and now I have to read them all again because I didn't really take them in. A lot of feminine energy, I'd say. Not completely though. Okay. Why do I feel like I can't read this? I feel like that's how you feel surrounding the minus thing. Something that's hard to read or you're not wanting to look at. Okay, I'm gonna come back to that because it's difficult. I can't do it. I think that's how you're feeling. Okay, for you, we have the past. Okay, seems like that's where your focus is. Or that's where your current energy is. And pile 3. I mean, the plus energy. We have yew tree. Okay, very interesting that there's so much to the first one, but the yew and the plus is so simple. It's so simple and so apparent, and it's just like an easy match. Oh, there's something so easy about it. Back of the deck we have green nymph. And then the lower part is dragon realm. Healers in the realm of transformation. Or in a scary realm? That's what I'm wanting to say here. It's like something that doesn't make the scary realm so scary. Let's get a character card for each too. The thing that is a minus, I think it's just so clear to you. I like the reason, part of the reason why I feel like I don't know what to say is because it feels so apparent. Like I don't need to point out the way in which it doesn't match your energy, because I think you already know that. There's like a sense of either illness or like it just does not fit for you. It does not feel healing. It feels like it's it causes like a repetition of energy. Like staying in the past, or maybe holding on to okay, for some of you this isn't a person, so this doesn't like directly apply, but if it is, they could be holding on to grudges or holding on to like painful experiences that they can't let go of. And if that's not relevant, if they're not a person for you, if this is more of like a job or a like something of an experience, then I think that experience or this minus thing would bring that out in you, and that could be relevant regardless if it's a person or not. A sense of like staying in an old pattern. Okay, character card for you. That like slapped out. Slapping could be significant. Oh, we've got the blank card. You know what, in this case, it's kind of making me think of like feeling blank, like kind of wanting to start over was what was coming to mind then, but the first thing I was going to say was like you're wanting to be blank, like you're not wanting to think. Don't make me see it. But I haven't got more at how there's so many cards to this. Complications. Oh, I'm getting a specific image with that. It's just like a certain jaggedness as opposed to smoothness. Oh, it just actually, maybe it's like being connected to this connects you to a lot of other energies that you don't resonate with. Like this yes card also has so many smiley faces around. It's like you're not just getting this, you're getting what this is attached to, or what this brings up in you because of all of what this entails. Okay, yeah. And the plus. Woo! That like dropped out to my right. Yeah, I think there's like a sense of forward progression with this plus. Like its own energy feels quite I heard insightful. Yew tree makes me think of like a resonance that you have with it, of this experience, this thing makes you think or reflects to you your own, like allows you to feel into your own sense of wisdom. It feels like it matches a sense of like futureness. Mutability, but in a expansive way. Flexibility. Okay, and this is a harem that they got. So after this got. What is that about? I'm just imagining the hand, like a hand on like someone's leg or on like a chair. I think the plus puts you at ease and feels like there's a steadiness to it. It's like, despite this maybe being different or adding like more fluidity to your life, it has a certain reliability to it, that holding hand, or the like a hand on shoulder or hand. There's something about like the hands. It could be like healing hands too, I'm thinking of. There's something about your intuition telling you about the minus thing, that like the outline, it's like maybe good on paper, or it's like a certain structure, like it has I keep getting phrases like it's run its course, it's paid its dues, it's like it's already been established. Why do you get teeth? The first thing it makes me think of is biting into something. I'm also noticing the 3 lines on top of the T. I'm being drawn back to how the past card was here, but I feel like it came in reverse, so it's like you didn't really want to look at the past. Getting in, surrounding the plus. Oh, the letter Y could be significant because that's popped up 4 times. Wow. Why? There could be like a reading that's like about Y that could be significant for them. Or maybe just the letter Y is significant. E. I like the letter Y, it's a good one. It's kind of disappointing that it's not in the name Weaver of Worlds. Why is it not? Yeah, this has to do with a couple of things. It's like those you follow, or those, it's close connections. It feels like this really impacts your family or your sense of family. This one. That was really hard to get at. Hey, it's the manta ray again. Okay, the energy I wanted to just say, it was an energy of like feeling too close with something. See, I feel like you're very closely tied with the thing that's a minus, and there's like a clear resonance with the thing that's a plus, but not being sure how to integrate it, or not being sure if you can choose that, or not wanting to choose that based off what? Let's get a card for that. Why no? Yeah. Wait. Okay, I know. Why is the thing that's a minus around? Draw. Hello. Hello. And why is the thing that is a plus not? Wait, is the thing that's a plus around? I'm gonna say there's not like a full integration of it, because I kept moving these and they kept like the first two are overlapping, but the second two are just touching, and I kept having to like readjust them just so that they'd like stay in place. So there's a feeling of them not being fully like at full capacity somehow, even if that's just a change of perspective to be had, though I'm sure that's not not just that for everyone. Okay, so why is this not as integrated as it could be? Kanna. A dragon. Okay, the things I was just saying in my head was not ready yet. Then I said, don't want to say that. Not ready yet, don't want to say that. Not ready yet, don't want to say that. So those words could be why. I don't understand that, but I guess maybe you do. Is that also a significant phrase? Like, I don't understand that, but maybe you do. Okay, the Draluk, this is a vampire. And the fact I kept being drawn to his hands, which is interesting because I got drawn to the hands on the other one. But why this one is around the negative that you're intuitively picking up on. Like there's something being up surrounding. It feels like because like the vampire is offering their hand. It kind of feels like because it's there. This is making me think of ancestry too. I'm gonna get runes for this. Maybe because they need you, or it needs you, or because of how it... There's like a certain dependency feeling here. Like an ancestral feeling too. Perthra, interesting. Maybe gambling? What is that? Word. Oh, those are the same. Potluck. Potluck? Is that why? Okay, then we'll get... No, that's a very clear energy to me, but I don't understand it. Maybe that's relevant? A very clear energy that you don't fully understand? Or that's them, or it? Perthra and the word rune. They're very mysterious. They're very... here, there, and everywhere. I guess it's interesting because it's like the opposite of outline. And Draluk kind of needs to be cared for. He's like the weakest link feeling. And vampires like needing to suck blood. I'd say it's still around because... Okay, what's your role in that? That's what I want to say. Not wanting to come out. Why? Not wanting to come out at all. What is your role? Go on, tell me. Go on. Fehu. So money could be to do with this. And Isa. Isa is ice, which makes me think of a steadfastness, something very unchanging. And it just also looks like a pole, like a something to hold on to. A lot of you might financially provide for them, if that's a them. There could have been a sense of fate highly interwoven with this. Like, it's here because you came together in a very fated way. Like, there seems to be like outside forces like pulling you together. I want to get a rune for like the truth. It's a feeling of like you are their nourishment in some way. You are their consistent food source in some way. Okay, then more for the truth is Northes and Ewaz. North is need, and it's a very like struggling card, but it's making me think of like the vampire and basically what I was saying before of, I think that they, or it, okay, I'm trying to word this correctly. Maybe that's significant, trying to word this correctly, but maybe not word, but word rune. Maybe a sense of like trying to do things correctly. There's a partnership based off lack here, it feels like, where I think you might be in a position of abundance, whether that be like financial or energetic or spiritual, whatever form of like giving you provide. It feels like you provide something. Yeah, feels like you provide something, and that they take that, and that's kind of like a sense of like gripping. Okay, I guess that's it on that. Some of you might want to look up some of those runes. They could that could help. Maybe the Isa rune, actually. What about this one on the right? Yeah. Okay, the first one was easy to get at, but then the second two were harder. Okay, then we have Othala. There's the home feeling, or ancestry, or roots. And then we have Thurisaz and Kenaz. Like the thorn in your side that is also a light guiding you, or is also an inspiration, also something that you feel driven either towards or like from. There's a sense of strength that you feel surrounding the positive. I feel like it feels like the Isa that you have, and it brings a sense of being able to ground your energy here with this. And build is a sense of growth. Perthra and wood, they feel like cups that take but don't create like a sturdiness to them, because they're very like trying to find the right word. They have like an abstract nature to them. It's more airy than rooted, and it feels like there's a sense of rootedness that you get with the positive. Yeah, again, there's something about it, the positive making you feel strong, allowing for your strength to be apparent, and to be built too, maybe. it's a feeling of like you can go places. It's not the end here. It's a feeling of forward progression, movement. But actually it feels more steadfast than that. More... I think it feels triggering. It highlights certain parts of you. This is such a long reading, but I still feel like going, and I kind of feel like it hasn't fully made sense, or it's not that, but the energy I'm feeling from your energy is like why? Like, I don't get it, or I think that you perceive this to be more complicated than it is. Not that it's everything's perception anyway, but I feel like there's a part of you that feels like this is not complicated, but a part of you that is clinging to a sense of complication. And I'm wanting to say there that should be relieving to hear, and if that wasn't relieving to hear, then I think that maybe that wouldn't apply for you. So you, like, a questioning of like, is that actually true for you or not? Like, I'm just saying my perspective on this energy. You can decide whether it's true for you or not. Cherry, Laurel, Canis Major, and Vega. There's something about, and back there is Cetus, which is tumultuous stuff. Cherry Laurel is covering the vampire's face, but Canis Major is only covering half of Canna's face. I feel like I'm gonna have to stop this reading soon because I feel like I'm not in it. I feel like that's how you're feeling. I'm not actually going to, I just think that that's your energy. I think there's a sense of like maturity that you really value, and that feeling of like a guide, being a guide, that energy of holding a lot of love and a desire for such like an elevated status feeling, like elevation itself, feeling like what you're holding is either continually growing, or what you're holding is like the fullest of what you can hold. Like really allowing yourself to be like as much of a blank figure as you want, or as you can. Like that's what you want. I feel like you've kind of grown out of something, and it's like a feeling of it's contained in some way, or it's not seeking more than what it already has. Maybe in a certain area of life, or flip that if that doesn't apply for the thing itself, but that's what it brings out in you. I'm blanking. Is Sirius in Canis Major? There's something about maybe... Is that energy of friendship that I was picking up on before? Canis Major just making me think of dogs. And that goes with these runes. There's a feeling of like a true companion feeling, something that you can rely on, or something that is very giving. Because I feel like you've come from being more the giver with this energy. It feels like it's more draining. And then going to something that's more desirable and feels more balanced, or more like a camaraderous feeling of, oh yeah, this feeds me. And there is a sense of having gained a lot of wisdom through both, I think. I think you have a gratitude for the past experiences, and also gratitude for the other half, the other experiences. There's a feeling of certainty that the positive has, that the negative doesn't, because of that word and Perthra rune. I am also just thinking, is gambling like a very specific thing, like maybe even financial gambling, or it's a gamble? Because I think you got the Fehu rune, which is abundance, and then they got the Perthra, which is gambling, so that could kind of relate to one another. There's a feeling of like not knowing if it will pay off in the long run. But with the positive, it feels like Othala. It feels like you can see its direction more, or there's a sense of reliability. That hand on the, I heard the bed, which would fit with Yoni, but Yoni. What's this called? Fingerprints are coming to mind now too. Footprints. Armchair. That's what I was trying to say. Hand on the armchair feeling. Rooted. Okay, that's why I'm going to end your reading. I hope that brought some clarity. Or whatever source of energy you're after. Yeah, that feels really relevant here. What source of energy are you after? I wonder if you felt quite stagnant for a while. I want to explain like the headspace I've been in for you, but I can't quite. And why can't I lift up your card? I feel like that's how you're feeling, like you don't feel lifted up. But it's a little bit like I could try. But that trying, I want to get another card, but why no try? Why the pain surrounding the forward movement? More blank. I feel like you're in a state of, because I don't know. Because it's not making sense and you're kind of wanting to hide from that. Hakase. The letter E could be significant. Okay, I'm gonna turn my laptop on. No, I don't need to. I was gonna say, like, I'm gonna get, like, more information from other perspectives on manta ray energy. Okay, it's a motherly energy. It's very wise. It's very connected to intuition. It feels so elegant, and it's a feeling of, like, no one knows except it where it's going or how it's moving or how to move. A mother or grandmother or an elder. Okay, that could be it. An elder could be a reason why. Then what's the guidance? Because is that really the reason? Or what's surrounding that? Okay, let's get that instead of No, let's get an opposite and then I'll confirm it. Yeah, Black Jaguar, grip. Like choosing, choice, decisiveness. And also like biting through the obstacles, biting through. Oh yeah, you got teeth, which is what I think of to do with Black Jaguar often, like a grip. Strongest bite. Yeah, because that's that feeling of like not really trying though. Ladyburger. Why does Manta Ray and Ladyburger feel the same? Okay, and then confirming the guidance energy. Mouse. It's like using your own mind. Losing logic. Interesting. Yeah, I feel like this feels like the gambling thing, like looking at the odds. Red panda. Won't know till you try. What's this then? Let's get more runes. Pile 1.2.5. Okay, what is the fear surrounding? That's like reverse. I think there's something strongly about you thinking something is fated. But I don't think you've taken yourself into account with that, or do you know what fate is? Like, I love this. Because the what's tripping you up and the truth, or what you're guided into, feels quite similar. Both are like a dark, intuitive, yet intelligent energy. Yet what you're getting more tripped up on is, I think it is such a strong sense of why can't I say anything? I feel like you feel held back, but it's like based off like imaginary lines you've created, imaginary borders, or like old ways of thinking that were to do with like how you used to operate, or like outlines, borders that actually aren't there, or ones that you can just step over, that weren't created from a sense of like I'm getting more of like a weren't really created, or if they were, it's not in a line that you would agree with, or you would like, it's not a feeling of like overstepping boundaries and being disrespectful. It's a feeling of honoring your own heart space and where you're feeling led. I think you're being opened to a newer way of living, which is to do with your own sense of judgment, your own sense of like maybe a more like sturdy moral compass. It's like using your own wisdom as opposed to other people's, or instead of relying on like a universal or parental or just other sense of justice or morality or way of navigating through life, wisdom, visions. There's a feeling of trusting your own logic, trusting your own sense of what is right and wrong, or your own sense of like how you want to operate. There's something about your mind being very, very strong and very wanting more acknowledgement, or wanting yeah, wanting to feel more empowered. Because right now I feel like the way you're like basing certain decisions is not off your own sense of right and wrong. Because I feel like that's apparent here, right and wrong. You might really identify, what's that word? You might like your right and wrongs, and there's a feeling here of, okay, what are your right and wrongs? I want confirmation on the mouse. Leopard. That makes me think of pouncing when the time is right. It's making me think of, and raven, intellect. I think that you're being guided to step into an energy of like planning and like a strategic energy, I think. It's a feeling of maybe going under the radar, but in a way which feels authentic to you. It feels like it's honoring those in the situation and yourself strongly. There's a strength to the energy you're wanting to embody, I think. It's like it incorporates feelings of wisdom without getting like caught up in or like divinity and yeah, I guess I'll just say divinity. Mythologically. That just sounds like mythological. Okay. I lost my train of thought. Black jaguar and leopard both make me think of like possessiveness too. Like leopard and black jaguar, they'll both like drag their prey up trees, I think, and like eat it after hauling it up there just to make sure that no one steals it. This one. Blank card again. What is it with you and blank cards? Freshness. Go anywhere. It's giving me a feeling of, what would you advise? Like if you could draw this card, what card would you draw? Or if you would give yourself advice, what advice would you give? Because I think that you are one who probably does give a lot of advice, or your intellect is so strong and that goes so hand in hand with wisdom. There's like a passion to this energy. I feel like you feel dragged down when you're not allowing yourself to follow your own way. There's an energy of like, make it count. That was surrounding the leopard and like leaping when the time is right energy. There's such an energy of strategy, I feel. But we didn't get the Athena card. We got the blank card. I heard recognizing your own growth. But I feel like it's also like enabling your own growth. Recognizing your own desire for growth and allowing yourself to really follow that. I feel like there are certain figures or certain energies that you have placed as above you, and I feel like you're following their guidance as opposed to your own, or you're following what they've got in place as opposed to like putting your cards on the table kind of energy. Okay, I'll leave that there. See your pile number. Friggin', what are you called? 1.2.6? Question mark? No, it's 2.5 still. This is... I feel a combination of frustration and like really peace here. Okay. Wait, did I call you 1.2.5? You were 1.1.5. That was 1 still? Whoa. Welcome in, pile 1.2. 111. I want more number cards for you. 21. Whoa. That's making me think of the card game 21. Ooh, some repeats. Pete could be a name. Ooh, interesting. We have 111, 21, 23, 24, and 22. Those are similar numbers, depending on how you view the word similar. The aspect similar? Okay, there could be aspects that you're wanting to look at. Blank at the back. Okay. Sorry, that was... I haven't said sorry for a while. Not even true, but I said it, so I would have said it. Whoa, what is this energy? I like it. I'm gonna bring in my... I was gonna say blue avian card then. My aquamarine. Okay. What we're dealing with today? Did I say aspects in astrology could be significant? I don't know if I said the astrology part or if I started a new sentence. Could that be significant here? I don't know if I said this part or did this part, or if I started a new sentence. Or like started something new and said, okay, lovely, we've got present. That's actually making me think of a gift, but that's so interesting because the moment I said that, I saw future, so it's like, no. no, this is about time. Sense of timing. Back of the deck, Series B, kind of in reverse and kind of being put down. Put down. Ooh, don't like that energy. Feels like lowering something. Why don't I like this energy suddenly? But okay, the thing I'm experiencing is actually I'm wanting to be in that energy of not liking something. I wonder if some of you, what's coming through is like have an addiction to gossip or an addiction to drama or an addiction to something that feels like it pulls you down. Or like that's what's going on. Yeah, fox friend, that would feel right. Okay, I see this going in 2 ways. Okay. How do I explain this? Because I can see this going 2 ways. Back of the deck is unconditional love card. I'm going to get another one of these for here. Actually, I'll do bird cards instead. So, first, that kind of made me think of a friend or an other to your situation that doesn't feel like it's of a very light energy, maybe deceptive, that feels like they drag you down, but you you're kind of like hooked on that, and then we'll maybe talk about that. But the other situation is kind of an opposite feeling of I'm not getting at that even though I saw it. What's that? I'm not getting at that even though I saw it. Okay, we have the Odin crested tit. Woo! Sparrowhawk and osprey. I heard a word when I said osprey. I'm not sure what it was though. And now I'm thinking of like dudicious or dudacious. Gregarious dinosaurs. Back of the deck, puffin. Wait, which one? The 3. Yeah, I think this has strongly to do with friendships that feel quite draining, or feel it, but it's like you're hooked on that draining part. It's not. Is it draining? I'm curious what this is about. It's like you can't get enough of a negative energy. I don't get it. Like I feel it and I understand the energy, but actually I'm just saying that and I don't. Is that a part of this? I'm going to take a sip of water and then reflect. So reflection could be important here. I feel like there could be a sense of ease that comes with this negative energy, quite likely a friend. Why is it? It's a feeling of like it takes your mind off other parts of yourself or other parts of life that feel dangerous, is what I heard. Feel painful or feel like it's like you have parts of your life or self that feel like they really drag you down, and so there's like certain energies that feel like it just takes your mind completely off. That can't be just that. Let's use my animal deck. I don't like this energy. It feels like it's spreading me out. Like it doesn't make me feel like myself, which is I think what you experience in this energy. But there's a certain hook to it. It's a feeling of like maybe only noticing afterwards though. It's giving the feeling of like binging a series or something and then afterwards, or like eating something really unhealthy and then afterwards just feeling like crap. Or like, yeah, this is a feeling of like, you know, that something doesn't feel good to you in the long run or afterwards. Like I'm seeing someone crying after, but it's like once they get back home, for example, then they cry. But during, it's like, this could have to do with drinking also. I'm seeing that as an example. Not the water kind though. The other kind. But I'm hearing that like the other kind too. Like maybe someone unkind. It's a feeling of like getting wrapped up in energies which don't feel like they serve the sort of energy you want to be expanding upon. Early 20s could be significant since we have so many of those. 21, 23, 24, 22. Why are they in that order? I'm gonna get a pillow to sit back on for you. Look, she's holding a pillow. I guess that's probably why. Ooh. A black feather had flown onto my bed, so I'll bring him in. It feels like somewhat of like a negativity. I have a reading that actually I can see this reading fitting. I'm pretty sure if I'm remembering it correctly. If you look at the thumbnails of my videos, this feather could be a reading you'd resonate with. Okay. Okay. It's in my good position now. It feels like a simple situation of something not feeling nourishing. Yet why are you holding on to it? Leopard card. It's giving like a feeling of like it gives you a rush. But why not cheetah? Maybe that would cause confusion. Something about for another day. I feel like some of you might have I'm getting a couple of examples, and before I say those, I'm wanting to express the energy I'm in. It feels hard to focus in, but I feel like that's part of the draw to this. Like there is a sense of like you wanting to lose your focus, you wanting to like let go of the future maybe, or let go of looking too far ahead, or maybe not wanting to let go of like a youthfulness to you. I'm just thinking about those 20s. But is it aligned with you? Something about how I said that a bit too late. I think there's something to note here about like a clarity of yourself, of your own communication. I feel like my words and my voice feel very clear with your energy. But I keep being in a feeling of like, I just don't like this. I think that's how you're feeling about something. But again, it's a feeling of only really remembering after the fact, or after something gets out of hand, or after something has been caught, maybe for some of you. I'm also thinking this could be like one night stands that you've been in the experience of, that maybe you're not really resonating with the energy. It's like it feels good in the moment, but then afterwards you feel drained, or it just doesn't, like it, that crying energy of like it doesn't feel nourishing. There's a feeling I have in this energy of wanting to like show you your own roots, and like when the like before of this experience, before of this connection, before of the like flowing or following this energy, it's like I just want to give you like a massive hug and tell you you don't have to. There's a feeling of like there are people who love you, or you can find people who love you in your way, in a way which feels like it honors all of you. Some of you, there's a feeling of like you don't have to give to receive, or you don't have to experience certain energies surrounding this energy that you don't like in order to have loving connections. In this energy, I'm wanting to tell you, like, there are those who are like you too. And there's a feeling of, like, associating yourself with this energy wouldn't lead you towards that energy because you're still embodying that feeling, that energy. But I don't really want to phrase it like that. I want to phrase it more like, I think there's something here that you feel you don't deserve, or you feel like there's something somewhat of like how either you're being treated or how others are treating others that you just don't want to be surrounded by, you don't want to be in the energy of. I heard it's not on par with you. That makes me think of golf. Golf could be something significant here. It's also making me think particularly of like close, or those you love, that it's just what I said before, that those that you love that just don't fit in the way that maybe they once did, or that you now feel they do. Regardless of if like it ever fitted or if it was just a perspective shift. It feels like where you're at now is wanting, I heard a different hobby or a different approach. I'm getting the example of ospreys fishing in the sea, but you no longer wanting to fish in the sea and wanting to find your food elsewhere. Osprey has to like sometimes maybe risk drowning or like dive into the ocean so that they can like kind of swim or something to get their fish, but there's a feeling of actually you don't want to do that and you can get food elsewhere without maybe risking or diluting or compromising on certain aspects of yourself. There could be something about social expectations. I'm thinking of those ages. They feel like a lot of people those ages would like be in certain mindsets, not mindsets, like involve themselves in particular activities. This could have to do with like college or university for some of you. It's giving the vibe of, whether this is like directly true or not, the energy is of like feeling like if you don't go to the social gatherings or like the parties that you will be outcast, or that you won't have friends, or that it's a feeling of feeling pressured into something, from like a feeling like you're not fully lovable as your most authentic self. Like you can't feel fully nourished by doing things the way you want to be doing them. There's an energy here of like finding energies that you're wanting to incorporate into your life through looking in those areas, or letting go of the areas that you know they're not a part of, or the energies you know that aren't in resonance with that or them or those. Okay, part 1.2 1.2. I'm going to end your reading there. That was much quicker than pile 1.1. But the energy has cleared. Which is interesting because it kind of hasn't. But there's a readiness here. You got what you needed feeling. But I kind of want to say that, but did you? But did you really? I'm going to put this further away now. Oh, those of you who were also a part of pile 1, the pillow I brought in was my ladybug pillow. So that reading, pile 1.2, could have been talking about that ladybug half that was correlated to the manta ray in the later part of the first reading. Well, 1.1 reading, not 1 reading. I forgot about the collective. I want to know what time it is, but I can't check. Wait, I can try and think about when I started the video. Is that significant? Because I don't actually care. Or do I? I will never know. Welcome in pile 1.3. I feel like there's something about, do they care and we'll never know? Or, I don't know, maybe rewind a bit if you want some words that may have been relevant for you. Okay, let's get cards for you. I had ideal. I wonder if there's a fear of being idealistic here. Hair could be significant. Oh, look at that. We've got manta ray. Popped out earlier, that's why I was saying that in that tone. Okay, raven. Black jaguar at the back of the deck. That wanted to come out really weirdly. Coming out weirdly, that could be significant. Blah blah blah. 6666. Whoa, look at how that goes together. Kind of does not. It appeared to go together. And you know what? It did. Kind of. Yeah, that goes together really well. Just in a way that's kind of different than I expected. Okay, we have 13. $29. And final number card. Ooh, everything's ruined. 29 and 77. Everything's ruined. 17 is also popping out, and 97. So the number 7, lots of, I reckon 7777 would have popped out if it was a card here. Are you avoiding using something? Or I was just getting a deck in my mind to use, but feeling resistant to it. This feels like a resistance to something you love. There's a bit of like, don't make me. Don't make me. Some of you might be very connected to your ancestors at this time, or receiving certain messages, certain knowings. Maybe there's like a clairaudience that you're really tapped into. You might be getting really prophetic dreams or feeling very psychically connected to particular beings or particular like new wavelengths of your own awareness, your own consciousness is coming to the forefront. New ways of collaborating with the universe. New ways of seeing truth, of feeling truth, sensing truth. Or sensing, full stop. I feel like I need to move this up a bit for you. And we'll move everything up. So there's something about moving up the ladder. Moving up the drain pipe. Why did I want to say that? The drain pipe. So with that, there's a bit of a question of, are you moving up in the way that feels authentic to you? But also, I feel like that's not really relevant for you. That feels significant. Like maybe doubt's not really being relevant here. Okay, we have Komako. Okay, so Yandash... Yeah. Okay, that took a while for me to notice. Yandash is a character who has a very, very strong sense of smell, particular to that which she ingests. Like, the food she eats, she smells it very, very strongly. And I think maybe the food other people around her eat too, she smell it. No, I feel like it's only that which she tastes. I don't remember. But there's something very strong about your own senses here. And then Komako, who is a cat, also feels like high intuition. Okay. Let's get a couple character cards from this deck now to go on top. Actually, not character cards, we'll use this deck. I think you're really settling into your own, maybe visions of the future. Into your own awareness. Propheticness. Maybe you resonate with the word abilities. Your ability to do what? To love, to feel into the expanse of the energies around you, or the energies that you're highly connected with. I think you're particularly feeling connected with them, or connecting with them in a whole new way that feels so... I heard relieving. And I was getting that a bit with the Komako, because Komako isn't a black cat, which would feel more like it ties into this deeply intuitive energy that that you're falling more in love with. Okay, interesting. But Komako is a white and orange cat, or ginger, which felt so much more homely, which I like going with Hathor. I feel like there's somewhat of like a journeying with your companion here feeling, and really like having your senses opened to them. And them can be someone in particular, or I want to say someone in particular, no matter what their type of form. Or it could be them as in so many. I feel like you feel so in love with this type of connection. I'm being brought to a particular connection of mine that I guess I'll use this deck. Yeah, because I didn't actually know what to say about it. They have a card in this deck, that's why. Ooh, the blank card. Okay, this is definitely giving the future energy of like looking at what is yet to be written. Wandering card. That I'm thinking of wandering though. And back of the deck was Purple Moonstone. Okay, a lot of intuitive energy here. Very much tapped into the future, tapped into possibility. Tapped into clarity too, I think, very strongly. What could be, where you could go. Why the blank card? I'm curious. Scales could be significant. Oh, there's such a deep feeling to this. It's like a feeling of wanting to really fall and allowing yourself to go further than you have before. But it feels in such like a released way. heard like taming something. There's a feeling here of like it's okay to feel the pleasure of this and really seep into that. I feel like that's it. Like, I don't know what else to say. Is that a part of it? That's the energy, something about a part of it. Like, this is only a part of it that you're feeling completely, like, immersed in. That's what this feels like. Opportunity. Courageousness. It's like the courage to fly. I'm looking forwards at, okay, looking forwards. That could definitely be this also. Really feeling into that which you're looking forwards to. I'm looking ahead of myself. That's more ahead at my apple tree, which is growing in a Tesco's finest cocoa powder tub, with a picture of a chocolate cake slice. And I wanted to say something, and below that is like a fair trade symbol. What is it? There's something about eating here, maybe, but it's more giving a feeling of like pleasure. Really soaking in the joy that you're feeling from this depth of spiritual connection you're feeling. Really feeling a gratitude for where you're at in the journey of something. It's like that which you know you will experience, having like an honoring feeling of not having that yet. And I'm just maneuvering my positions in a really awkward way. And my leg is like stuck because of it. I don't know how to do this. Is that how you're feeling? I wonder if some of you are trying to figure something out as opposed to... Okay, that was weird. As opposed to allowing yourself to find the way naturally and have enjoyment with the phase of not knowing. Yeah, this feels like I'm not there yet, and I love that I'm not there blah 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 blah, and I know that I'm not there yet. Okay, interesting. I was trying to say the love, having a love for not being there yet. And a love for where you are, because you also are so connected. Your future life feels like you already feel it here. And that brings such like a bubbling love and lightness and juiciness to the present. Such a feeling of tapping into that lightness, tapping into that future in order to ground and embody that energy here. I'm feeling a strong sense of grounding and embodying that wisdom, or that feeling you have inside of yourself. When you see future you, who is that? Because that is you, and there feels like a highlighting wanting to come through in this reading of that you. And also your ability, like a highlight of your ability to tap into that future self. And I think more than anything, just a gratitude that you get to have of your ability to be so strongly connected, so strongly feeling those wonderful vibrations. Maybe comparing your current self, your current a sensitivity to energies to past you, or maybe intention with your awareness. And feeling that gratitude for all that you can tap into. Because of the journey you've walked, or because of who you allow yourself to be. What you allow yourself to feel. There's a feeling strongly of choice here. And I like it because it doesn't feel like a typical kind of choice. Did I say I'm trying to? I was blending the words of I'm kind of trying to like figure out what that choice word means in this instance, which I feel like is the same energy I was wielding around. Okay, wielding something to be significant. Wandering around, like that wandering card, but in a different way this time. Yeah, I feel like you're trying to figure something out, but in a way that is quite pleasurable. Is quite... I heard the word ecstatic, but I wasn't really getting that energy here. But maybe you're getting that energy. Oh, well, maybe it's not here. It's like you're tapped into... That's the ecstasy is from the future. Is ecstatic ecstasy? They feel like different energies, even though they're the same, which feels like this energy of, like, the future and the present self, or life experience, or energies that you're particularly, specifically connecting to. There's a feeling of bringing in change and understanding through enjoyment of the presence. But that, like, presence being very connected to that which you see yourself connected to in the future. But I want to say connected to in a different way, because we're always connected to everything all the time. So it's the way in which we are. There's something about like picking and choosing aspects of love, or picking and choosing and then like falling in to certain like avenues of love. And I'm kind of wanting to say like a lovely feeling. Falling into the lovely feeling. I love that. I'm eating it up. Or imagining eating it up. Okay, eating up. The imagining eating it up. Wait, no. Eating up the... Imagining eating... Wait. Why words this happen to me? Why this happened to me? Maybe that's something you're asking. Why this happened to me? What's going on? I want a character card. I feel like I won't put it in because I don't want your reading to have colour in it. Depending on how you view the colours brown, white and grey. This is the colour that I won't show you. The card of colour. This is not Hakase, but I don't know why I wanted to call her Hakase. This is Alpha. The word Alpha could be significant. Power. Alpha. Maybe there's something in the stars in this. Or of the stars. Maybe particularly up. Maybe the top half of your astrological chart, if that is of note for you, interest for you. I haven't looked at astrology for like a week maybe. That feels like forever. It's probably less than that, but still. That energy of fits this alpha card. That feels like where you're in a bit. It's like, I don't want to call it a lull, but maybe a lull. A lullaby. Yeah. Ooh, buys. Yeah, there could be a feeling of buy here, but in the opposite direction. Future you looking at future you saying bye to this you. Oh, I love that. Yeah, feeling future you see the end of something that you're currently experiencing that you're not bringing into the future. What is it with that energy of choice? It's like I can't see it. Is that how you're feeling? I can't see it. Which is interesting, particularly because the Alpha card has a camera. Where are you looking? I wanted to say where are you looking to, which isn't the type of words I use. So why did I use them here? Which feels like that same thing of like looking at future you, letting go of something here. So there's a feeling of looking at future you to see with the raven eyes what isn't of that love, what isn't there. Looking at future you and feeling the peace and seeing what is not of peace here, that is not in the future. Brain find hard word here. Hard words. Hard word here could be something. That feels like it's grasping at straws. Grasping straws. And then playing javelin with them. Seeing which one. Labeling each straw. Colouring each straw. Defining each straw. And then throwing it and seeing which one goes the furthest. And which ones go behind you. There's such like a contented feeling here, but also so much focus. It's a feeling of knowing that you will get there, and the love of that feeling of knowing, of power, but also feeling into the like wavering of like, okay, but where am I now? Or just enjoying the sense of not knowing. That's what this feeling is. Enjoying the journey energy. Yeah, there's like a gratitude of the uniqueness of this fill in the blank. Maybe some of you relate that to a lifetime. I do wonder if there's like a lot more heaviness to this than I'm picking up on. But it doesn't feel relevant to be focused on for your energy, your reading. The focus is on that which you're stepping into. I'm wondering if that's it for your reading. I kind of want to draw with you. Yeah, okay, I'm going to draw with you. So, if you're leaving me, if you don't want to be for the next segment, then bye-bye, love you. And if not, let us draw together. We will draw as one. We should try and draw the exact same thing. I wonder if that's something here. Draw on the same thing? Like not like a piece of paper, but like drawing on something. I don't know what that means enough to be able to explain what I mean by that. Paper cometh here. I'm thinking of Big Hero 6. A movie. I want to use a pen. And potluck which pen it is. It's blue. Clink. Okay, I think that's in shot. Probably. Sideways. Fleur bleu bleu. Didn't I say that earlier? Fleur bleu bleu. just saw elephant ears. And the word orangutan came to mind, but I was trying to get at either koala or lemur. Do you think I'll just keep getting more animals until I use my animal deck? No? Is that a significant phrase for you? I don't really want to be here. Is that an energy you're in? Come on, me. Seagulls. I haven't drawn an elephant card yet. And I haven't felt this before with that particular phrasing, but that's the first time then that I felt like I say that way too much now. It's like that the one time before was not too much. Was not too much, but now that I've said it another one time, it's way too much. There could be something of an exaggeration, or realizing how exaggerated something is or was. Immense. Bang, bang, bang. Whee! I want to know where the moon is at, and maybe nah, I don't need the moon. I want to know where the moon is currently for you watching this. Maybe particularly in relation to your natal chart. Not actually though. Yeah, what is that? That's something about not more than what is. Okay, not more than what is. Yeah, but maybe not more than what is in the future. No, not more than what is here. No, not, you can't put more on it. It's not here, it's just not more than what is. Full stop. 2 full stops. Ooh, okay. Ooh, this is interesting because the alpha, she has green hair, and I just picked up my green pen and I want to show it to you and then be like, hi, and not use it. That feels like the future thing, like looking at that which you experience, that future life, but actually not having it yet. Maybe some of you feel like you need to stop, or you need to ... But some of you are walking, and that's what you felt like, that there was like a particular trail, but the feeling is like keep moving. There's like a barrier that feels quite painful to push through. It's not supposed to be pushed through, it's supposed to be dropped. Something strongly about creation. Let's use this deck. Causal snake. That's funny because I kept saying, where's the moon though? And this is why, back of the deck, time, that's why I chose this deck, because I heard the word time. Is that in shot? It is indeed. It's been shot. Something has been shot. Who's been shot? I saw a bunny rabbit yesterday. I love that. I thought of I thought of an adorable little animal after saying who's been shot. Okay, causal snake, moon energy, that's why. Because causal is a chakra, which is related to the moon, and that's why I said the moon thing. Okay, what's this about? There's a feeling of things being very synchronistic or tied in, things you can make sense of, but maybe the way in which you've been trying being more of that like pushing energy as opposed to falling energy. Going with how you're currently feeling, going with your current currents, going with the currents of the ... the sky. But there's nothing in the sky, it's what's beyond the sky. What is the sky though? It's not there. There was never a sky to begin with. Ah! That sounded like there was never a guy to begin with. Guys? Or like that. There was never a guys to begin with. Truth. I love truth. Ruth. I love Ruth. Ruthlessness. Ruthfulness. Ruthful or ruthless? That's the question. Ruthful. Always full. Fuller house? A fuller house than before? Suddenly I feel like biting my shoulder. I just tried, but I want to say I stubbed my, not elbow, chin. I stubbed my chin on my forehead. Interesting words here. I stubbed my chin on my forehead. That sounds like wisdom, like confusing wisdom with third eye. Third eye being the future you see, and confusing your own sense of wisdom. I heard morality. Maybe some of you would resonate with the pile before this one. Yeah, confusing the beard, like the chinny chin chin, with your insights. Maybe like what has been grown. I did a bit my shoulder. Woohoo! And then I was happy that I could do it, so then I did it again. I feel like that so applies here, but I feel like it's an obvious energy, perhaps, possibly. Hey, this part looks like this part, actually. I only noticed that after. Actually, all of this looks a bit like this to me. For those of you not watching, I'm pointing to the drawing I did and then the card of the main pile 1. T'has been done. That's this feeling. T'has been done. Cooked. Ping! Someone's ping is going off. Go get your cupcakes. Or your weird macarons. Or your weird I didn't mean to say cupcakes, so maybe someone is doing cupcakes. Cookies, that's what I was trying to say. But I was specifically seeing like cookies I used to try and make because I would never use sugar, so so they'd always turn out really weird. I haven't baked for a long time. And I said the thing about I haven't done astrology for a long time, so maybe not having done something you love for a long time could be significant here. This is like a call or a remind. This is a reminder feeling. This is like you know, this is something like, you know, to drink water, but sometimes you just forget, and like a reminder is good. To let go of worry, to be in like a flow of trust as opposed to maybe more rigid in the mind. This is like tapping back into your own sense of flow, your own sense of trusting in life, or that which you do trust in, that is like second nature for you to trust, like water. Lemon water. What about cinnamon water? But cinnamon milk. Just like you've got one part, but not the match of it. Matches like a flame to be lit with said instrument. That is the match. But matches, I didn't say match, I said matches. Can you light a match on another match? Oh, I yawn. I guess it would depend on the kind of match. A rugby match. Television. Cable? That K came out extraordinarily then. Let's use body cards for you. Why do I feel like I want to cry after I stop this video? I think that's your energy. But why am I saying like after I stop the video, not blah blah blah. Now. Yes. Maybe it is just now that, and I was only realizing something ... Is that relevant here? Oh, that relates to pile... Wait. I forget which one now. I forget all the piles. I've forgotten all the piles. I did the thing that I said in another video where I say the word, or said the word forget instead of forgot or forgotten. Body cards. Iris. That's making me think of Rainbow Fairies, an old book series from my childhood. But I wanted to say childhood in a weird way, like childhood or something. Did I say that? Bone. A neck. Wait. I was thinking that was shoulder. I was thinking, like, I literally read neck and thought of my shoulder. Is that here? Like, something making you think of something else? Reminders. Like that water reminder, but the intuition, or the flow, the trust, the falling in, the particular kind of love. Reminder. Outline at the back of the deck. Jabba Jubert. Who's that in Star Wars? Jabba Jubert. Jabba Jubert. Jumble Squingly. That's probably what he's called. Jabba the Hutt. Maybe that's relevant here. Iris, bone and neck. Look into my eyes. Snake, yeah. hallucinations. Not I wonder if that's a trigger for someone here. Iris. Rainbow fairies. Causal. The snake, the hypnotizing. That's what I was trying to say. I'm imagining a rainbow. A rainbow! That's what I was imagining. A rainbow that was of a bone. But I didn't think of the cool name until after. Yeah, there's something about after. Seeing something more clearly after. That was the pile one whole collective thing, wasn't it? The change of perspective feeling. I need another card, I think. I don't, though. It's like they're forming a new relationship with something old, and that could be your own intuition. Like, or falling back in love with a certain something that you lost touch with. Ooh. Cameras. I'm just looking at the... Why do I keep wanting to call her Hakase? The teacher. The teacher of the camera. The inventor of the phone. The formator of the hair. Of the green hair, though. The trousers with the legs beneath them. Neck. Past. Which is interesting because I was just thinking about how painful this is. Yeah, the pain. Past gnomes. I feel like it's hard to for you to process. Because I feel in such a 12th housey energy. Spumbly. Let me sit up for this. And throw my pillow away. Into the bin. And I don't know how to sit anymore. How do I sit? How does one sit? The word sit is an interesting one. Oh no! I've given it all away. I have stuff on the side. The table wasn't like an alternate dimension. What does that mean? Okay. Past gnomes. Gnomes from your past. Past noms. Like nom nom nom. Eatings. Conifer. Cherry blossom. Something that didn't last fully. Out of season. And Series B. There's a moving on from the past feeling here. Possibly something that was quite foundational, that you had a strong connection to, that is being either reworked or like worked in a new direction. Now I feel like this is a different energy. You know when I was saying what like isn't in the future that you see, I think that there's a particular thing, energy, that you're fixated on that isn't in that future. Yeah, that's that Uga, that fixatedness. Not fixated, okay, what do I want to say there? Because he feels quite mutable, but always in the same way, which is fixated, but I guess bringing that perspective is important here, because maybe that which you're letting go of maybe appears to be one way, but you feel is another. So there's more of that same Where does this go? Center maybe. Okay, there's, yeah. I'm gonna pull these all away. That feels here, like pulling something away. I'm wanting to say because they don't care as much as they seem to, or they can't care for you, or they don't care for you in the way you want to be cared for. If this is a person. If this is not a person, then it would be more of like an energy of this doesn't nourish you in the way that you want to be nourished. I don't think that being around this energy feels healing, feels like you can be yourself. The self that you see in the future. What was that? That was like a heart slap. I put my hand on my chest and it went plonk. Yeah, I just split the deck to unicorns, which is another card of like things like appearing to be light but having a darkness to them that isn't seen by all. I think that might be significant for a lot of you. So past the gnomes. Gnomes just makes me think of something very fixated, very earthly, or of a certain kind, like a certain, it feels like something you would be able to group in with others of this kind that you don't resonate with. Maybe there's a sense of you like saying no to this type in anyone but a particular person or a particular hobby or career or whatever this is on about. Like I don't eat white sugar except for in strawberry milkshake, that kind of thing. And now you're realizing, okay, the future me doesn't drink it in strawberry milkshake either. The juxtaposition between conifer tree and cherry blossom tree is really standing out to me, because conifer is making me think of evergreen trees that like are to do with perseverance, which would tie to gnomes too, and past energy of like forever being there, or like their leaves don't drop in winter, so it's a feeling of like forever green. But then with the cherry blossoms, it's like cherry blossoms are only for a season, and Sirius B is a very fluid energy. I actually don't know much about Sirius B energy. I feel like that's like my only thing. It's like water and fluidity. Maybe that's something here. I actually don't know much about this energy or about them, and I feel like that talks to a certain like degree of like how deep this energy is itself, rather than like how much you really know it. It's how much does it really know it. There might be a sense of like surface level with this, or just not the fullness of level that you appreciate, or you see future you, the experience of life that you're wanting to live through, being in alignment with. It could also be more of a sense of like letting go of that which is fixated, that which it isn't long lasting. I feel like I said the words then in the opposite way that I thought I was about to. So that could be relevant here. Like unexpected, not thinking things were going to go this way, but also maybe I interpreted that in a different way than you would have. Maybe that's also significant, because we have like a bit of that like things appearing to be a different way energy. Let's get the animal deck. There's a feeling here of like maybe after a long time you still don't trust something, or after a long time you're realizing that you no longer do trust something. Snake. I think you're so intuitive, because I saw that, like that was the card that was the reason why I picked up this deck, and that's happened a few times for you, and it feels so relevant to your energy. Yeah, I kind of just want to say, you know, you see, you sense, you feel. In the exciting future way too. But yeah, I wonder why I was in like a droopy energy. Maybe now you're also realizing how this can be something exciting, like seeing that which you can let go of illuminates just how much creative control you have over your own life, or your own feelings, your own state of mind, state of emotional being, or spiritual being, since this has so much to do with psychicness. You know, I used to not like the word psychic. That feels relevant here, but now I do, or now I use it. Maybe like a realization that you're using something that you don't like or don't resonate with. Okay, that expression was interesting, because it felt like I was then like saying something that was as if it was something new, but it was known for a long time, which I can see that in another way, but also okay, not even gonna say what way that is, but going back, I can't see it anymore. Okay, for those of you who want confirmation, I'm seeing particularly Olga having short hair. Some of you, it might be quite difficult for you to like settle into the knowings you've come to. Like they may be quite shocking, or make you feel more unsure of how to act. Like you thought you knew someone, but then you realized that you were less alike than you thought, or they were different than you thought. Maybe less truthful or honest than you thought, or well-intended. Yeah, there does feel a bit of an energy of like ulterior motives that you're aware of, that maybe are difficult to deal with. And since this is talking a lot about that psychicness, maybe it's quite a subtle one that required you to really trust your own self, your own judgment. Especially since I said before something about like maybe like not everyone being able to see this. I'm going to use my yes or no deck, so feel free to ask a question now. Maybe you want to pause if you want to think on it or on one. Okay, we've got 2 cards. Back of the deck is no, full stop. That full stop feels like the significant part of that. Then we have process feelings, then try again. And yes, with lots and lots of smiley faces. So I think I'll maybe leave that up to your own interpretation. I kind of want to say with that, if you know what it means, then take that. But if that made you more confused, then maybe let go of attaching to that. But maybe that is also a part of this. Like if something makes you more confused, letting go of that. Of course, like that being situational, you'll know where and when that applies, I think. Okay. Okay, the way I will interpret this is the back of the deck feels like overall there's an energy of no, but maybe to your question it's a feeling of maybe a displaying a yes. Yeah, that's what this energy is. It's a feeling of like process how something makes you feel, because what it's showing is maybe a yes when in actuality the back of the deck is no. Like the undercurrent is no, but there's showing a yes. It feels quite like that energy I said of like not everyone will notice this, or not everyone will know this, see this, if there's like a strong facade or a strong like energy, overall energy that this has that maybe others don't understand the undercurrents of, or the way in which it particularly affects you. Maybe something to do with like behind closed doors. Take that as it resonates. But I was also seeing an example of this being a particular career, and that being a career that is so like well sought after, or maybe like it has a certain allure to it, and then people not really understanding why you would be indifferent, or why you would say no to this or let go of this career if like it seems so amazing, but them not really understanding how it affects you, or they don't understand the details of what really goes into the job. And I think that all applies to a person also, or other avenues this could have to do with. Yeah, this feels like a big life change. If not physically, then emotionally. With a strong undercurrent of you feeling very drawn to making certain cuts. Life experience cuts. Oh, experience. Can you cut out an experience? That sounded like a lisp. Maybe a lisp is significant for some of the energies you're either dealing with, or maybe a part of your own self that is highlighted through this. Let's get more cards. We have masculine, taking action. Ooh. home. Ah, my favorite. Thinking of Homer. I was thinking of Homer to do with like ancient Greek mythology, but then I thought of Homer Simpson. I love the difference. Oh, Sirius A this time. Yeah, that fits this new energy of more fixatedness, masculine approach, as opposed to Sirius B, which is subduing, more feeling. Sirius A is like having the energy to act, having the alignment to act and the inspiration to. Present feels like, and yeah, with Earth at the back of the deck, grounding that which you see, grounding that future into the present, grounding your sense of home, or maybe recalibrating what is in your home. That could be significant. But I like the word grounding your sense of home, because that's grounding your, like, that future sense of home, I guess. Or I'm trying to interpret the word home for those of you who don't love that word or energy. Okay, what does it mean to me? That's the energy I want to bring here. What does it mean to you? Not home, but maybe your future life, or the energy that you want to live through more. What does it mean to you? Maybe that applies to you in a way that I'm not seeing now. And that also feels like more of that, of like, there may be others who won't understand this. What does home feel like to you? Tanaka and Boston, this is baby Boston, this is Tanaka. They feel so similar in this moment, but I don't know how. But I'm being really drawn to that short hair again. I don't know what that means. I guess it's just a synchronicity for some. Or like a telltale or a point. This feels like aligning with that of a peaceful home, a peaceful state of being, and like reverting to being a child, but maybe not the, depending for you on the type of childhood you had, like reverting to be like creating your own new childhood, creating your own sense of home that is peaceful, that you may be a child in, or feel safe enough to really let go and like feel loose. Feel loose in the body is what's coming up. Feel safe. Feel peace. I think the word peace is strong here. Feel a sense of like, maybe not like you have to be focused on anything. So Polarians was making me, I split the deck too. It was making me think of Polaris, like the North Star, and having such a strong sense of direction, or like a higher light that everyone looks to, but in reverse. So not having that, not needing a sense of goals or needing to point to the North Star, like having no north, having more of like a complete feeling than any one direction. Feeling more at ease, feeling more like you don't need to be an adult, but you can relax, let down your guard feeling. Yeah, that feels like the energy you're bringing in. Okay, panel number 1.3.5. Okay, bye bye. Do I turn off the video now, or do I go on to pile 2? I think I Okay, I'll explain the energy I'm in because I think this could be relevant for you. I feel like if I turn off the video now, then I'm gonna sink into this energy more and I won't feel energized. I'll feel like a blob. Okay, so that might be what you're feeling. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, okay, no, but my question is, isn't that because you wouldn't be taking action? Why won't you take action? That's my question. Because I think action is what you're wanting to take. You want me to hand you the scythe? Scythe or scythe? Judgment calls. I want to get a rune for you because I feel like giving you like a supportive energy to hold on to. Oh, this is like the only card with like a line through the middle, which feels like boundaries. Algaes. I love that because that is a feeling of trusting your intuition, higher flow, higher direction, what you see in the future and how to get there. And also more strongly, it's protection. And it feels like spiritual connection. Okay, I meant to say protection. Spiritual protection through the cutting of certain connection. Yeah, algaes is this rune. I'll hold it up in case you want to screenshot this. Ding, ding, ding. Just put it that way too. Wait, let's do it. Let's do it on a card so it's not my fingers in the background. Ding, ding. Noise. Oh, the noise. Okay, yeah, I like this. Now zooming in with intention, with integrity. 0303, and it was 03 earlier, a bit earlier. Owl, geese of the owl. Let's get a bird card maybe. This feels like honoring your own energy. Cutting ties to that which is not feeling like it's supportive of your energy. Of the type of life you're wanting to create or live through. Sometimes the word create, I don't know, just doesn't really fit. In that instance is what it felt like. Whoa, I just saw like a flash of full red light. That was cool. It didn't really sound like I found that cool. I was like, oh, okay, that was cool. It's such a monotone voice. Sparrowhawk. What was this? Goldfinch. I don't know why my idea of a goldfinch is far more circular. And siskin. Okay, goldfinch and siskin both feel like looking to the light within a difficult situation, and sparrowhawk feels like eyes on the prize, like taking out that which is I'm cutting to the puff in 3, like friendship, like close connections to you that feel like they drag you down. This feels, or like energies that feel like they aren't uplifting. It feels like Sparrowhawk. I'm seeing it like they feed on small birds, so it's an energy of like not a big bird, but and it's a small bird itself. It's like a feeling of I heard wait and watch, but that's the opposite of what I'm trying to say. Not even the opposite. I feel like I need to breathe in order to find my footing again. I think that's for you in this energy. It just felt like looking at the part that isn't working, which isn't in alignment with that positivity, the part that is dragging down, the part that like requires you to intentionally stay positive because it's creating like a negativity. It's like recognizing and taking action on that which is causing resistance within your field. And just interesting, the word field. Okay. I wonder if this really hurts your head, or maybe it's just really activating your third eye, because I feel that right here. It's a bit of a headache. It's like I can't tell if it's a headache or third eye tingling. But I feel like there's a readiness here. Or there's like a desire to be ready. A desire to take action on this. There's a feeling of like wanting to move out of the dead environment. I just smelt miso for a second. So miso could be significant. It feels nourishing. And simple. Maybe something about like it's tasty alone and together. And inviting in that energy. There's still such an energy of like, I can't do it, I can't do it, I can't do it, I don't want to do it. I was actually getting more of I can't do it than I don't want to though. So I wonder if this is something you want to do but just feel like you can't. Where's the can't coming from? I wonder if you don't trust your intuition. I'm just thinking, this is like a scythe that I said. I'll hand you the scythe. Oh wait, this is wonky. Ah. That's less wonky. Ooh. The 3 cards we got was, this is Oboro in reverse, but now it's like I said it one too many times. This is something I said earlier with you too, one too many times when I was drawing. Like this time I said it, it felt like it was wrong. Then we got Psyche, who is very psychic. And then Shinra, I'm blanking on her name. Celti, who's like an embodiment of death, let's say. Some people are going to be so annoyed by my like descriptions of certain characters in readings. It's just what's coming to mind, okay? What is that here? I want to forehead touch you. I wonder if you are really unsure if you can trust your intuition, because that feeling of me wanting to forehead touch you right now is a feeling of not necessarily wanting to comfort you. Not that I don't want to comfort you, but it's a feeling of like, I want to show you that I see what you see, which makes me feel like you've been made to feel like you don't see what you see, or that trusting your own psychicness or visions or intuition isn't okay. And even the way I said that, it was like with a judgment towards those words. So I really do feel like you may have been, maybe those that this concerns don't align with your type of spirituality, which would make sense if you're wanting to let go of their energy, that their energy doesn't completely agree with yours. Okay, I like that, for you to being able to see more of how your current experience and why maybe things are difficult, maybe why you feel like you can't do certain things, is just showing you like exactly why there's a reason to in the first place. It's that analogy of, or that example of those who overstep your boundaries, or no, those who don't respect your boundaries are exactly those that you really need boundaries with. I wonder if this makes you really want to escape. Because right now I'm in the energy of I just really want to go and eat food, because that's my escape. That's my, I do this when I don't want to feel my feelings. That's this energy. Like not wanting to feel this, not wanting to experience this. I'm also thinking of it's time to eat. Like maybe you had been holding back from your own nourishment, from a fear that you were asking for too much, or that your own desires were greedy as opposed to respectful or just okay. Because this doesn't feel like the type of I want to say, forgive me if I'm wrong. Okay, interesting. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but this doesn't feel like the type of energy where the fear of letting go is really because you yourself don't want to let go, like you're afraid of what life is like without them kind of thing, but more of an energy of you're afraid of how they'll react, or how others around you will react, like how they will take it as opposed to how you'll take it. How would it feel for you? I think that's what I want to bring the focus onto. Yeah, let's get an animal card. Or I'm actually seeing my big deck. The back of the deck went to Puffin though, which I always relate to like a community feeling or togetherness, supportive energy, feeling supported, feeling like people have your back. Or even just like feeling like the energy you're surrounded by has your back in some way, like it is feeding, it is supportive. Okay, let's get another card for the what you feel from this, or the support. Ooh, I like how it wants to lean. Leaning, yes, support. back of the deck is this. Look at, it's so holding. It feels so much like the algaes of feeling very connected to like a higher sense of direction, alignment with your own soul, your own perfection is coming through. A sense of being divine and not needing to like get clarification on that from those who don't feel divine themselves, or those who why I've suddenly got complicated. I'm gonna forget all that I just said. That feels a bit of this like not getting wrapped up in the past and just choosing like, okay, that happened and now I'm looking towards what does feel right for me. And this card feels so tied with another card of mine, which I don't even know if I have anymore. It's like this but in colour and on a different form. That's what I'm going to say. It's like these lightning strikes, it's like what this brings you or what you're wanting is such like a huge shake-up. It feels like you get a jolt of energy back. It feels like it's a feeling of like you see with your eyes again. There's like a film that gets taken off, and it might be quite like, it might be almost jarring how different your own energy feels disconnected from this one. It feels very illuminating from lots of different directions. It feels so tied in with a sense of purpose or a sense of like, being on my path, even if it's quite crazy feeling or like you really hadn't expected this. Like, where can life go now? Yes, I like that energy a lot more. Ordinarily, I'd say a strong sense of freedom, but there's something so connecting about this energy, so like vibrant, that I don't really want to say free. Though you may relate it to that. Do you understand the energy I'm on about? Let's put these away. I want cards, good cards for what the feeling of letting go would be. I just heard Myers-Briggs, so that could be significant here. We have Starling. There's a feeling of destiny. Great tit. I like that. Star and great. The great star. Kittiwake or Kittiwake, but actually Kittiwake. Okay. Oh my goodness, that feels like this card. All three of those feel like this card. Oh no, I don't have the words for it though. I wonder if that's how you'll feel. I don't have the words for this. Tetra at the back of the deck who's on a phone call, that could be significant. And his eyes aren't painted, which just feels like that thing of like the film over your eyes coming off, like colour returns to your eyes. Colour returns to life. I can't like explain the difference this feels. Like, I'm not getting so much of like what it is as I am getting like an unbelievable energy, like life just feels so new, so fresh, so different. Like it's kind of detached from everything that you've previously experienced. And there's a certain softness to it. And even that feels a bit unexpected. Maybe in relation to your past, or maybe you hadn't considered or thought just of how soft this energy was. It's like there's a baseline of softness and then lots of energy on top of that. Yeah, like a baseline of togetherness, and then above that is so much brightness, but like an altered kind of brightness. It does feel like a whole new world. It's such an energy of what can I do, and interesting that they're all three looking to the past. That brings in that energy of softness and also that inner child connection. It feels like coming full circle, and like you're able to like incorporate all the parts of yourself that you could have been. Yes, I like this energy a lot more. It feels like an energy you had forgotten. Maybe like a dream that you once had that you're reimagining or reawakening to. Remembering. Remembering too. I love this. I'm like still unsure about leaving feeling though. It's like much better, but still kind of feel like I just sloop down. That's the energy. It's like not fully slooping down, but not like having a full grip. Okay, you know what? We'll put the card 1 away. We'll put all these away. Even though I love those ones. I don't want to put them away. I don't like the algae. We'll keep these out. But that can go away. Ooh, so vibrant. And maybe we'll keep that out. Ding, ding. Shiny. Nah, I'll just put that. Yes. I want the white ones. Okay. Feel such an energy of that, like eyes seeing again, because I'm seeing this as a face, which I was also seeing a face in the other card, and it just feels so much like seeing the life where before things had felt more dead, or maybe not the life, but seeing life. Feeling life. No, it's something about seeing. The way you see the world. Maybe vision is important to you. this back of the deck card feels like enlightened peace feeling. Pristine lotus energy. Enthralled, feeling enthralled by life. I feel like both of these wanted to be upside down. Okay, where there once was restriction, it's like a reshaping of that into a foundation, but it's like a wobbly foundation which feels so creative. Feels like there's curiosity and wonderment of what can be now. How can be now. When, where. Yeah, I like the where because it does feel quite adventurous feeling here. Creativity feels adventurous. Take this as it resonates, but there's an energy of like standing out from the crowd. It's an energy of being particular, feeling particular. It's an energy of like feeling like even if like no one else or like most others wouldn't see this, it's like you feel like you stand out from the crowd. If that's an energy that, no, I'm gonna say that even for those of you like me who've come from like please, I do not want to stand out from this crowd. Like make me sink right into the crowd, please. There's an energy here of like the tingling love that comes from feeling unique, that comes from feeling like you yourself get to explore like a special feeling. One in an infinity. Maybe some of you resonate with Enneagram number 4. Number 4 is very creative and also likes that value of uniqueness, likes to feel, because that's creativity, it's the feeling of creating something new. Everything being new, but really recognizing that newness or really feeling into that sense of adventure that comes from like not fully knowing, or like just the feeling of freshness and getting to experience a lightness that you haven't experienced before, with like a wonderment, like a sparkle in your eyes. And maybe seeing that reflected outside of you too. I love this energy. I just thought of, my eyes are not your eyes, but I love to see your eyes, and I love to see mine too. There's something weird about that energy. I don't know. It's like I wouldn't have said that if I didn't feel like like it really clicked for some of you, but what's that message? Wouldn't have said it if I didn't think it clicked. Why did I just see someone be like, I got it, and writing something down? Writing could be significant here. And drink. Oh no, there's little water left. Do I end the reading here? Okay, there could be something about like thinking it's too late, because I heard I think it's called Let's Get, I don't know what it's called, but the like main word said is let's skip to the good bit. And maybe it has like a grey cover art, I don't know. But then I was like, I'm not saying that. and then it's like, even after I had decided that I was going to say it, then I still kept waiting. So that could be an energy you've experienced. And then I was like, oh, it's too late to say by now. And that was the energy I experienced. But then I said it. And it all worked out in the end. Let's get an animal card. To finish up. Closing up shop. Shumen. Yeah, I like this energy a lot more. It feels much lighter. Dolphin! Love it. That's that community, but also the lightness, also in tandem with like that sense of strong wisdom and intellect from the mouse too. That wasn't even your reading, I don't think, the mouse. Hey, look, actually it's the mouse. It feels like such an adventure too, so free-flowing. Swimming through the ocean with your pod. Play too. Playing with life and that inner child feeling. This could be something about veins that are significant. I'm just like looking at mine now. Ying, 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 ying. It's hot, so they've risen. They've risen to my upper skin level, being like, oh, let me breathe. Because you were pretending you were a dolphin, but you're a human, and you were underwater, like, oh, I've lost breath. Okay, so let's use this deck because this has a human card in it. Tree could also be the same, yeah, hawthorn tree. Trees can't survive underwater that long, probably. Oh, but mermaids can. Probably. Why did I just say unless I kill them first? Yeah, it's like it depends. Like they may not survive. I mean, they may survive underwater long from like being able to breathe, but there's other stuff in the water like me who can apparently kill them. Me, the mermaid killer. I was just imagining that being like the mermaid killer, like I don't know, like a TV show or like a name of a band, the Mermaid Killer. But if it was a band, it'd be like the Mermaid Killers. Oh, this does just make me really want to play. Maybe particularly with others. Of my kind, I want to say. The mermaid killer kind. That made me think of Kinder bars, Kinder eggs. Vega, we had Rowan Tree and Vega, and Tadarians and Fairies, and Mermaid and Hawthorn. And Starling and Great Tit and the Kittywig. What was I saying? And look, it's hidden the dolphin. Now it definitely can't breathe. Is someone getting a message from that? What is suffocating you, and how can you... Yeah, now is that action. Now's the time to go skin. Is it? Would it be? It wouldn't be called skinning a mermaid. It would, because they don't have skin. They have scales. But what if, is there skin beneath the scales? That's like a question I asked in a video like yesterday or something. It would be yesterday for you though. Do birds have skin beneath their feathers? The answer is yes. But I presume that's the same for mermaids. Why is my idea of skin just really weird? Like it's... I don't know. But now I'm thinking of how like birds have skin and feathers grow from their skin. Mermaids have skin but scales grow from their skin. And humans have skin but hairs grow from their skin. So what grows from a dolphin's skin? Petals. My petal. Okay, go on then, go chop off some heads. Go flick someone out of your life forever. It's only this lifetime. And not even that, it's just a change of how you relate to them. For example, from the wonderful distance that is intuitively within your own brain versus the other way that maybe is current. Current like in the water. The current being created from all the mermaid tails flipping like wah! I'm just wanting to create a story from this now and like have loads of mermaid hunters who I don't know, like they have what's that called? Feuds? There's loads of groups against one another. Okay. There's a pinger going off downstairs, but because there's a piano playing, I don't know if they can hear the pinger. Oh, they just stopped playing to go get it. That feels a bit like this, like there's like an alarm bell going off in your head, but because there was like the beauty of looking at the light, or because of like a deceptive, like that siren energy, because have I drawn a siren card? I don't think I have, no. It's just like you can't hear the alarm bell going off because of like a da-di-da-di-da, everything's okay. And then when you stop and look to the light, you're like, ah, there's an alarm bell going off. The food that was... I can't say that joke even more. But yeah, the food that you were cooking was burning. Okay, I'm gonna put these away. That was not very satisfying. Yeah, there's a feeling of like your story got cut off, or I don't know. 'Tisn't for me to know. 'Tis just for me to act. And by me, I mean you. And by you, I really mean me. I'm hearing Hype by 21 Pilots. Nice to know my kind will be on my side. Just don't believe the hype. You'll be just fine. Just don't believe the hype. Your interior world needs to sanitize. Okay. Okay. Do I really leave now? This is gonna be another long video. What if I just don't do pile 2? I'm not doing it now. That's for 70% sure. Star! Ring-a-ding. A-doby-doby-do. A-floby-flo. Ah. A-floby-flo-maloo. Is that as low as you get? As low as you get in this video from Starbucks Central, from the city of Plover, from the animal riding on a rover, from the plant that is a clover. Bye. Should I actually go now? I was gonna click off then. Yeah, because I feel like even if there is an energy of like going into a bit of a daze, there's also like a more decisive energy here. Or feeling there's a certain like fire, a certain solar plexus energy that feels highlighted. Are you ready to go? Meow. Are you? Are you? Ready to go? Go, 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 go. Bo, 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 bo. I'm hearing a... Oh, birds fly. I'm wanting to say birds fly every day. Birds by Imagine Dragons and someone else. That song, and only that song, and always that song, will remind me of when I first got into planking when I was younger. I'd only listen to that song. It was like my hype song. Hey, the hype! Maybe that's probably the only reason I said that word hype just then. Because I would not usually say that I have used or have had a hype song. But alas, it has been said. But moving forwards, I will make sure to not say that word again. Okay. Oh, there's a bit of pain, and that's why I'm in that wee energy. There's a little bit of pain. That felt like a forceful card shuffle. Why do I like to zoom in at the end of readings? Or like when I'm in a particular mood. Oh, it's the mermaid card again. Ah, run away, mermaids. Run away from my hand. Hedarians. Lyra. Oh, that's a lot of love. That's a lot of love. A lot of loving going on. There you go, mermaid. You get to be in the loving area now. That looks like a boat. The boat came to rescue the mermaids. But the question is, how intactly so are they? Is it just like the fishing boat? No, it's the love boat. Oh, interesting. What a phrase. Your phrase? My phrase? We all phrase every day. The wonderful every day. How might it be so, right? Do I just leave now? What do I do? My brain. Yeah, just leave. Okay. Ah, the simplicity. Okay. Bye. Welcome in, pile number 2. So, the back of the moon. The dark side of the moon. There we go. I'm going to keep it at the back, but I feel like maybe at some point in the reading it will turn over. I was feeling like that was so weird. I Oh, that's making me think of something. It just made me think of Oa, which is something that I just recently thought of. Maybe even in this video, but I filmed the pile one yesterday, so I don't remember. There could be a sense of like revisiting something or seeing something in a higher light than before. Perhaps taking something more into account. There could be a feeling of lack that you're coming to terms with. Okay, interesting. Let's put that up. 111 on the clock. Okay. I feel weird. Polar bear and dragonfly with snake at the back of the deck. I feel like you feel very attuned with a certain energy. And maybe that feeling of lack is... I heard a perception filter. What does that mean? This is Tinkerbell, my old dog. But you may take it as any other kind of Tinkerbell. I'm thinking of tinkering. Like tinkering around, like a cheesecake? Is that significant? Okay. Crafting, that's what I was trying to say. Phoenix bird at the back of the deck. Okay, some powerful transformative energy with snake at the back of the deck and then phoenix bird. Perspective, Chippy Garnet Boy. I'm going to use my body deck for you. It feels significant, like not just the cards that come out, wrinkles jumbled out, but the fact that I'm using a body deck. So your body could be a point of focus here. Maybe something to do with your body's formidability or strength. I'm thinking of polar bear and how they are just such massive, strong creatures in such a cold environment. Mole. Mole is making me think of witchy energy, like a part of yourself that stands out and shows your, like, something about it feeling so magical. So yeah, eyelashes make me think of magic too, and wishes. There's a song called Eyelash Wishes, maybe? Maybe that's significant here. Leg to me. Wow. Okay, ankle I just read as angel, which makes me want to use my deck with angel thingies. Not thingies. Archangels I'm thinking of. You might be feeling particularly resonating with particular archangels. I thought of Raphael then, and I'm not like super connected to him, so I don't know why I always make out that not feeling super always in line with something makes it more significant, but that kind of fits the mole energy. Is there like a sense of despondency here? That word wants to be brought through, I think. Which is weird because it feels like you have such like vibrant or powerful cards. I feel like there's something about a strong... Okay, strong is definitely a word coming through. But a perspective shift that allows you to view something of yourself that you once viewed as more like decrepit maybe, or unfavorable, and seeing the flip side of that. Like, why is that? Like, for example, a polar bear, I don't know what to say there. It's like a feeling of like having viewed strength as like, I don't know how to say this. It's a feeling of like seeing the like muscles and being like, oh, it's like rough around the edges, but then viewing it, well, why does the polar bear have muscles, and what comes of that gift? We have circle. Yeah, there's something about seeing the purity of yourself here, and maybe for some of you that's not the physical body, that's the emotional body or the mental body, but I think for a lot of you it could really be the physical body. Hedarians and sweet chestnut. This is bringing such like a lovability through. Seeing yourself as, I want to say choosing to see the way you view yourself. Woo! And Lyra, there is just such, that is such a strength of love here. It's giving Cancerian energy, but maybe with Lyra, Leo energy too. And Earth at the back of the deck. There's something so natural and beautiful about this energy. About you, human behind that. But it was in reverse, which makes me think that you're viewing something of yourself in like an unnatural way. Like you're viewing something that is natural as like unimportant or somehow lacking. Yeah, that feeling or that word of lack before feels very significant here. Why do you view it as a lack? Or why do you view certain aspects of yourself as less favorable? Is that really to do with your own perspective or perspectives of others that have influenced you along your journey? With the leg and tummy, it's making me think of standing on your own confidence, like choosing to stand up, like a feeling of standing tall. Some of you, this could have to do with height. I'm being put into an energy of really viewing you, and it's like seeing the soul, seeing the core in every single part of you, which might not always feel like the core. It's bringing such an unconditional love to you. And I'm wanting to say, and that which you represent. So that could be a helpful perspective to bring through, of seeing the parts of yourself you feel lacking in and seeing those aspects in others too, and seeing how you can find love in them, and then also mirroring that back to yourself. Others of you may maybe find that it's easier for you to do it straight by looking at yourself, and maybe looking at your acceptance of others isn't as helpful, but there's something strong here about finding your own way, your own perspective. And a choice of confidence. I have a card that's coming to mind called Self-Permission. And it's very green, so let's use this deck with some colours. It's a card that basically says no one else is going to like get inside your body and tell you that, and like make your body feel confident. It's like even if you were so supported outside of yourself, it's still a personal choice to deem that as true, or to just choose to embody certain like okaynesses, either despite what people are saying or in line with what people are saying or seeing. I don't like that I kept bringing that to other people, but it fits with Chippity Garnet Boy, which is a card basically of boundaries, of being more contained in your own energy, which makes me think of seeing your own, like seeing yourself through your own eyes, like truly your own, not filtered through the eyes of others. Some of you might find it helpful imagining like you're the only one on your planet. Then how would you feel about yourself? And then allowing that expression to continue to be felt, even if you're not on a planet on your own. If that's something that would bring ease to you, or if that's something that resonates with you, this is just a perspective coming through, a suggestion that you don't have you don't have to take. Yeah, I want to bring it back to the mole, because I feel like moles have been like there's been a perspective on moles being undesirable, but then it's bringing awareness back to the power and the potency and the magic in them. Yeah, this is a feeling of like every body part. Again, this could be like a mental part of you too, or emotional. It doesn't have to be physical, but to me, everything that is physical is also on every other plane of existence. So you can choose to, yeah, and that's what this feels like. It's choosing to see the multidimensionality of a single thing, seeing the emotion behind the physicality, or the physicality expressed out from the emotion, or the energetic representation of something, seeing the power, or just I heard the mythology of that. So mythology could be significant here. Or it could highlight certain parts of this. Why am I getting... I feel scattered with you a bit, but kind of unexpectedly scattered. Yeah, this feels like going into... I'm going to continue as this being a physical trait that you don't feel comfortable in. And like going into that physical trait and seeing like what that really represents. And I feel like particularly like honing in on the strength of it, or honing in on the... It just feels like the ability to see it through a highlight as a positive. Quite simply a positive. And really this reading just wants to highlight that ability, that there is the opportunity there for you to view this in a wonderful light, or in a positive light. Where do I put this? Ah! Slap. This does not feel aesthetically pleasing. Okay. Let's get a character card. I don't know where I'll put it. I'll put it here. Yeah. There's like so much gentleness and compassion that wants to come through. An energy of forgiveness, which is to say like an unfolding feeling, like not being clenched, but allowing something to be, and like filling that with love. Okay, with this being the card that was on the back, it makes me think of like wanting to hide certain parts of yourself. And then like going into that cave that you've hidden them in. Like not needing to like pull them out, but just going into that hidden cave and wondering like, what perspective could I take of this? I feel like for a lot of you there could be a sense of like seeing the spiritual meaning of something, seeing the I heard the raw desire. Interesting. But maybe like a spiritually raw desire? I don't even know what that means. We've got Hikari at the back of the deck. Okay, this is Tanaka-kun and this is Koro-sensei. Yeah, Koro-sensei makes me think of reteaching yourself, and Tanaka makes me think of, well, that unclenched forgiving energy, because Tanaka is like a floppy, no bones in his body kind of character. There's such an energy of like uncaringness from Tanaka of like, okay, but does this really matter? Like, is this high on my priority list of values? Like, of I guess that in the opposite way I was thinking of like, actually how do I value this? But I was more seeing it like uncaring, like this, like thinking, like overthinking this, that kind of thing, like overthinking this or getting like gripped on something being wrong. Does that really matter in like the grand scheme of things? I feel like there's a call to like zoom out here, but I don't even think that, because before I was also saying zooming in. It's like not ignoring this part of yourself, not, it feels like not overlooking it or choosing to see, like, for example, the body example, not seeing a certain aspect of your body and being like, well, in the grand scheme of my body, like I like that, I like the look of my entirety, but not this part. It's like despite that part, it's not that energy. It's more of an energy of, okay, like how can I zoom into this body part and find grace with that? Find the altered perspective. There's such a feeling of compassion here, and such a loving holding feeling. I had something to say that I've forgotten. Oh, it was just about that, the raw, passionate feeling. Yeah. It made me think of finding people, even just like your idea of people, that you know do like this part of you. And that could be specific people, or it could also be like groups of people or beings. Maybe archangels, since that came through. There's something so like full and natural. Maybe seeing, if this is again about physicality for you, actually anything, seeing that as like the earth or the planet that you are, seeing yourself or your embodiment. This is what this is. Seeing your embodiment or this certain trait like as less of you, but more of something you're entangled with, something you're experiencing, and having that love of like that aspect of nature. Okay, I think that's why I'm gonna leave that first collective reading, then we'll do 1 point. Oh wait, I don't know how many yet of pile number 2s. Oh yeah, I just meant to say 1 point, didn't I? I meant to say 2 point. words "you'd be surprised" were coming through. Some of you might also resonate with like an unexplainable, like not needing to explain. It's kind of like a bit everywhere, this reading, because it feels like I'm saying, look at the reasons, and then also like, do the reasons really matter? Oh, like, just feel the energy. No, now think of the energy. How is that relevant here? Go. Okay, cool. Now for the rest of twos, we'll do with the moon side showing. Ooh, that shifted the energy. Okay. Let's get the power selection. I really want to use my yes and no deck for the power selection of these guys. Go on in, how many for pile 2? Just one. Did you just want... Okay, for those of you who wanted a yes or no reading, we've got yes. Maybe I don't use these as the... Back of the deck was both, but in reverse. And that yes had loads of smiley faces, which just makes me think of that. You'd be surprised at how many people, or how many beings, like, adore this part of you. I heard ravishing. And that makes me think of relishing too. Okay, now let's do the power selection. Okay, that's a bit better. Cool, we've got 3 again. Back of the deck is 0, but it was in reverse. Okay. Welcome in, pile selection. So we have pile 1, well, 2.1 is 88, 2.2 is 369, and 2.3 is 47. I'll show them all up close too. 1, 2, I hope they're focusing, and 3. See you at your piles. Okay, welcome in, pile 2.1, 88. Let's use this deck, because I'm seeing holly leaves. And we have a holly tree in this cypress tree at the back. I heard like guns blazing. Okay. And that was after thinking of cypress being a tree that's related with Artemis or Artemis. Andromeda, masculine, Orion. Okay, those fit with Artemis. So she could really be a deity who is helping you with this, or her energy is very prevalent here. Andromeda. Yeah, there's like a raw masculine, it's a protective energy, but protective without really feeling protective. It's quite... I heard the word emasculating. Is that a word? Emasculating? Making one feel less masculine. Which is not what I was getting, but okay. That could be a significant phrase. It's not what I was getting, but okay. Why okay to that? No. Why okay to that? Don't like that. Okay, so Andromeda makes me think of like a really free spirit. Which fits with Artemis. And it goes with the collective power 1 of something that feels so natural, in tune with nature. We have red panda. I heard the word foraging. I'm being really drawn to the bamboo on this. Something very fast growing. It makes me think of that freeing energy of Andromeda. Growth feels significant here. Or natural beauty. Back of the deck is whale shark. Okay, we have raven. Why did I want to say do we now? Do we now? I don't like this something here. And I think that's how you're feeling about something. It feels like the way you're treated. Yeah, oh, I do not like this. It makes me want to go, oi, what do you think you're doing? Or, oi, what do you think you're saying? I guess if it's not what you're feeling, maybe it's your energy towards someone that's been brought into question. Where do we put these? I had this with the collective pile too. I just didn't know where to put stuff. I don't like it. I don't like it. Why do I keep wanting to say that? The energy has not been understood. Or has not been respected. Ah! I literally want to keep saying it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. And that 88 with the like holly leaves on the side, and 88 being a very powerful number, it feels like standing your ground with something. Free flow, which is interesting because it kind of came in reverse, which feels like not being mutable with something. Deciding on... This feels like deciding on the part of yourself you want to protect and stand up for. It could be for standing up for something else too. It doesn't have to be a part of yourself. Something I think feels not right to you and you're wanting to establish clearer boundaries or get the hell away from something. Just the word no feels significant here. Back of the decks, that could be significant. Back of the deck is Fox, nine-tailed crystalline shapeshifter. I'm being brought to Dexter, a TV show, and I don't know what around that. Immorality? I don't know, maybe there's a message in there. Okay, free flow, or maybe it'll come through in a moment or so, and maybe that is a significant phrase. Maybe it will come through in a moment or so. Some of you, I do want to pose the question, why are you waiting for something you know won't come? Or that you don't want to come? Use bird cards too. It feels like you're like on standby for an outcome you don't even want. Like you're waiting someone's table and you're like, why are you waiting that table? You're not a waiter. Like, why? It's a feeling of like choosing to stand by those who aren't there for you and like waiting until they are there for you, but you know that when they are like quote unquote there for you, it's not going to be in a way that actually feels supportive. Why are you waiting for someone you don't even want to be waiting for? That's this energy. Or why are you giving someone else's like opinions more power than your own? Melodious warbler and crested lark. I just heard those seem similar, but one is right and one is wrong. Okay, maybe you have a very definitive version or outlook on right and wrong, and maybe one is clearly in the wrong, and yet it still feels like maybe you're not treating it in that way. Robin and long-tailed tit. I feel like I'll keep getting cards until you decide something. That's this energy. But that also feels the same as what you might be doing. Like, I will keep giving to you until you reject me, even though I don't even want you, and I kind of want you to reject me. It's like, why are you waiting for them to reject you when you don't want... It's like you want them to reject you because you actually don't like the way they're treating you, so then it would feel like a weight off your back. Oh yeah, I didn't even notice. So time upright. Yeah, it's a feeling, that's the feeling of waiting. It's like you're giving something time when you don't want to be giving it time. Or when you know time won't change it. It's like on principle you're giving it time, even though you know the outcome. So I ask again, why are you approaching this situation or these others in a way that actually you know is kind of illogical to your personal logic or to your personal intuition, what you know to be true, or your values? This could have to do with close relationships, those you really love, or like those that you have certain ties to or have had long relationships with. There's something about you having a very strong intuition, a strong sense of judgment or guidance, or just like a very decisive mind. I think you've already decided something, and yet you're kind of approaching the situation pretending like you haven't. Or hoping they don't see that you have. I think you've come from a space of feeling like it's safer for you to remain either elusive or remain like in a position of weakness. That's the feeling here. And you know that you're in a position of more power, and yet you're kind of presenting yourself, approaching something as if they have control, even though you very well know that you have control. I'm being really drawn into Alpha's like pose and face here, and it just feels like a cheeky side glance, but actually it's like, knock that off. Like, what are you trying to pretend you're doing? It's like pretending to be like sweet and innocent when that's not who you are, and that's not what you want to present in this situation. It feels like you're really, really over-giving and just waiting for the like rug to be pulled from beneath you, because you want that rug to be pulled from beneath you. Either by the ones involved here or like by the universe. But you know you can take action yourself, or you know the type of response or energy you want to be holding, or that you do hold naturally. Yeah, this feels like you're pretending to be a victim when actually you don't feel that you are, or you know that you're not, or you don't want to be. And my voice throughout this is very stern. I think that's the energy you're feeling very called into, because I think that you've had your boundaries overstepped, and that doesn't mean that they're wrong for overstepping. It just means you haven't respected your own boundaries. That's what this feels like to me. Or haven't created the boundaries that you're wanting to create. I keep getting a very, very strong, like, no, 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 no. Like, I feel this energy of, like, being disrespected, and like a very physical response, like my voice, you can probably hear it. It's in the no energy. It's like you're letting something off the hook when you really don't feel that in your bones. You don't want to be doing that. It feels disempowering. I guess that's that, like, word demasculating. Was that even? Yeah, it was from your reading. That's that energy, disempowering. Like masculine being boundaries too. And protection. Yeah, I'm thinking of red pandas. Oh, that's interesting. Red pandas, like, I don't know, I'm just viewing them like jumping up in like a protective way, like to try and scare the enemy. But then I'm seeing like humans being like, oh, that's so cute. And there's a feeling here of like allowing that still to be cute and not taking further steps to be like, no, when I said this thing, or when I was like taking certain actions, or when I was protecting myself, I meant it. And I feel like you're somewhat allowing that like sweetness, that like, oh, it's just a red panda, like what he's doing. It's like, no, like that was for something, that was to protect. There's a feeling here of like growling, and then when they don't listen, like that's when you bite. That's the energy here. There's a feeling of you growling and then someone going like, oh, I don't know if this will like completely relate to the situation, but that's the feeling. Growling and someone thinking that's sweet, and then you still kind of playing into that, oh yeah, it was just sweet. Or continuing to growl, but continuing to growl. And like, what's the point of growling? Why are you even growling? That's the whole point, is to be protecting yourself, giving them a warning before taking more definite action. This feels like a situation where you're feeling ready to pull yourself out of the situation. Because of a sense of not being viewed in a truthful way to how you view yourself, or how you want to be viewed. And maybe take those words slightly differently. I think that will apply differently for all of you, if it's like how you're viewed or not. But there's just a sense of choosing actions that align with that of respecting yourself, if that is something that you want for yourself. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna leave your reading there, pal number 2.1. That was a cool energy. Feels like an opportunity to show yourself what you're really wanting for yourself. It's like an opportunity to show, I mean, simply just to show yourself that you're deserving of respect, that you will stand up for yourself because you're worth that. And therefore also surrounding yourself with those who do the same for you, or would do the same for you, or see you in that same light of love and respect. And yeah, maybe it's just that. There was something else there. What is that? Because that's gonna bug me. Okay, that's a lot of cards. But that's okay. We've got whale shark at the back of the deck again. I wonder if you're naturally a very like caretaking kind of person, and so you really want to give people like second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and so on chances. But there's a feeling here of trusting your intuition, or trusting even like the logic of what the past shows you is very likely to happen again. And just like you caretake for all of those, being the one who caretakes for yourself too. There could be something about the pinky finger. The pinky finger is Mercury, I think. So communication could be significant here. Is that all in shot? Yeah, easily. I looked and it was 1414. Angels could be significant here. I said that earlier. Yeah, there's something about like something you've said earlier or something someone else has said earlier, but I feel like this is about you. So pig, raccoon, energy, life force could be significant. Maybe you felt very drained and this is like showing you how you felt drained and the way out of that drainedness. Pig is making me think of strong self-worth. It's making me think of the sun, but I don't know why. It's also making me think of mud. Ah, that feels so cleansing. Yeah, it's something so cleansing, like rolling around in the mud. It also just makes me think of like, why are you rolling around in the mud? Like, do you want to be in the mud or not? Or like, what kind of mud do you want to be in? Maybe you're like trying to roll around, like you're a pig and you're trying to roll around in like dry, like the sun has been there too much mud. And actually what you want to be rolling around is in like water or like muddy water or just water. I mean, just mud that is tasty and better mud. Okay, something that actually is nourishing, actually like coats your body as opposed to just like crumples of dirt. Okay, then we have raccoon, cheetah, then below is tortoise and chicken. Chicken just makes me think of free yourself. And tortoise, I'm being really drawn to like shiny objects too. I remember when my family used to keep chickens and I feel like I had like a ring on and my chicken was like poking at the ring because it was sparkly and I loved it. Maybe Silky, that was her name, Silky. Could be significant. Tortoise. I'm gonna drink some water. Oh yeah, the reason why I also said that was because I thought of that with the Raven card but didn't say it. Which feels like that's to do with communication too. So maybe a combination of things that have been said and things that haven't been said. Okay. The top 3 cards make me think of like scraping for substance, scraping for value. Like that pig analogy of like rolling in the dry dirt as opposed to better dirt. Mud, I mean, yeah, dirt over mud. And then raccoon makes me think of like scraps, like getting food from the trash. And then cheetah makes me think of like more the word cheater, like cheating as in like it's making me think of like getting something halfway. And then chicken makes me think of so much like fullness, freedom, opportunity, and tortoise makes me think of like immense wisdom and like a steadfast energy. It feels so respectful. Chicken also makes me think of like a community, and then that coming after tortoise of like based off like a strong sense of respect. That word just wants to keep coming through, respect. I feel like tapping into tortoise energy could really help. Because I feel like it's so different from the more scattered or it's a very different energy to that which I think you're surrounded by. Maybe one particular person or maybe even just a mindset that you've carried on from from life, from previous connections, possibly. Okay. Paddle 2, welcome in. What is that voice? Paddle 2. What does that make me think of? Pal to pal? To pay? Toucans? I like a good toucan. I feel like I didn't used to like toucans. Maybe I thought they were a bit weird. But now I like toucans. But I'm only realising now that I like toucans. I didn't know it before. How is that all applicable here? I'm really being drawn into the moon picture for you. But why? Ooh, I like this energy. Yes, this is what it feels like. This is Easy Kiki, a sweet shop owner. Ooh, okay. Where will this go? I'm enthralled. That energy, I mean that word came through. Oh, there's a sweetness here. And okay, yeah, I know I said that she's a sweet shop owner. I had forgotten that there is a sweetness here. Spirit of pear. Ah! Fruitful too. How do I explain this energy? Back of the deck is detachment. This could be an energy that is very much talking about you, because I immediately got brought to two different people. Maybe it's significant that I haven't met them, but they just have such a sweet energy. Let's get more number cards for you. Or a number card to go here. Moon in Taurus could be significant, or Taurus energy. Possibly Pisces and Aries too. Gam gimbaligi. I think food could be significant here. Because we have the sweet shop owner, we have a pear, and then this looks like an egg, but like it's cracked. And one of the people that I thought of loves food. Okay. I just keep being really brought to like, maybe like a motherly energy, like a caretaking motherly, like heart. I keep being drawn to my heart here. What is the detachment though? The detachment part just makes me think this is about the self. This isn't about pair as in a multiple, or maybe it is, but it's about like your standpoint, who you are. The love in your heart being highlighted. We have earths, oceans. Yeah, there's so much motherly caretaking energy here. Lyra, yes. Yes, more of the heart. And creativity. Is cooking something really, really important here? Don't take that if that doesn't like fit for you, but it just feels like it is coming up again. And with the ash, I'm thinking of like cooking with leaves and herbs, and it's a feeling of bringing so much love and intention into that which you're consuming, or that which you're creating for others to consume. Back of the deck is conifer, which also makes me think of a long-lasting energy of like intuitive, like drawing in. It's a feeling of like not seeing things as simple, but bringing in so much of like a hearty energy. like maybe a little bit overboard energy, but it's giving the feeling of like a grandmother or a parent who just wants to like stuff their children with food. Like that's like the overtopness. It's like that's their way of showing love. But why? Why is this coming through? Wise? Why is this coming through? We have jackal. Okay, one sec. I want to bring in something for you. Back of the deck is cow. Yeah, Taurus energy. And just more of a loving feeling and like a gentle caretaking vibes. I love it. Okay, where's the thing I want to get? I could just, this is the thing, I could just tell you, but I'm wanting to get the exactness of it. Yeah, that's the feeling here again of like, I could just tell you I love you, but instead I'm going to show you I love you through like a delicious meal that you love. I don't know how to interpret this other than food yet. Okay, this is a jack. I think that, yeah, is a J. Jack feeding on fry. And that is, I think, maybe their own young. Like they feed on their own spawn, their own babies. So, what does that mean? Why is that here? And we got Earth's oceans too. Let's put it under. Flum. But it has to be in the center. Let's take these away. I'll have them up there so I can still see them there. No, that What is it today with me not knowing where to put things? Are you feeling that? Let's get another colour card to go at the bottom. I feel animals strongly. I mean birds. I just got an example of someone wanting to volunteer in, what do they call, or like start a foundation or something for like cooking for homeless people or those in need, that type of energy. What are they called? I don't know. It's not making me think of a How I Met Your Mother episode where I feel like they like volunteer. Oh, it's like Barney, I think, is like a top volunteer in like a, I don't know what they're called, where you cook for the hungry in like a community setting, but it's like it turns out it wasn't like out of the kindness of his heart. It was because he was doing like community service from maybe like peeing on a church or something, behind a church. I don't remember what. Which was something that I was like, do I say that or do I not? Because I'm not feeling that. But now that I've said that, I will say it, that I was wondering, like, what if it's something to do with like manipulation through food, like that example of the grandparents or the parents like wanting to stuff their children with food, but maybe actually not taking into account the feelings of those children, or maybe using that as a guilt trip kind of thing of, I feed you and so you should ... that kind of energy. We have yellow wagtail and osprey. Oh, interesting, because ospreys feed from fish. It's like the only bird in this deck that, or at least bird of prey for sure, that I know feeds off fish. Oh, I guess the what's that called? Kingfisher. So maybe all of your situations are a bit different here. I'm not feeling malevolence. That's that's the feeling. So I don't want to say mean things. Is that something here? We've got Roger though. Oh no, what is going on? Is someone not taking feelings into account or using food or certain, what else do I say other than food? Using certain, I guess I could see it in other ways too. Using certain delicacies, let's say, as like a wrench in the works. What's that called? As a tool, or as a something that isn't actually for what it is. It's a unconditional, it's a conditional giving. That's what this feels like. I'm gonna use my yes or no deck. Feel free to ask a question now. If not, I think I'll probably be able to interpret what comes through. We have both, but it was in reverse, and now my belly is super rumbling, which fits for this this whole reading. And I wanted to say how the yellow wagtail is like in between the osprey and the water, but I didn't know what that meant. It's like I feel like someone in this situation like is presenting themselves as like having the upper hand and blocking off certain nourishment, like until other conditions are met. And there's a like highlight here of, what do I even say to that? Of like recognizing why you're giving or why they're giving in the first place. I don't know why I'm not wanting to say things here, because I feel like I have a very strong point of view here. I guess that doesn't want to come through. That's okay. Even that looks like a fish. It's like the egg and the feeding on the young. I feel like there's a mess. I'm gonna close my window one sec. I feel like there's a mess. Maybe that's significant. I feel like there are feeders here who aren't feeding from their desire to feed, but from their desire to receive something in return. And that's just wanting to be highlighted, just to be like clarified. And maybe a guidance to fall back into, or like a highlight of the opportunity, the pathway that would be to fall back into like the desire to give. Like, are you giving because you love, or are you giving because you feel a sense of lack? And this could apply to you or those in the situation. Giving from a space of love, or a space of like feeling like you need to like have leverage of sorts. Yeah, there's a feeling of like those giving here feel like they don't have enough from just their pure self to like keep someone around or get what they need, like meet their own needs, if not through manipulating or like like really, really highlighting a certain thing they're giving or able to provide. And there's just a question here of like, do you want that to be the dynamic? Do you want that to be the source of this giving? Of this food or metaphorical food? There's a feeling here of returning to the idea that what is so natural is for a parent to desire to feed their child, desire to provide love and sustenance. And that feels like it might be not fully aligned in this situation. So this is just highlighting that you can be loved when you don't give. My belly again. Like a child does not have, like a baby does not have to give in order to be fed, in order to be loved. And maybe the people in this situation didn't experience that. And so there's like a reworking going on so that there's both energy, so that both are, like all parties are considered to their fullness, as opposed to it's a feeling of like, as opposed to trying to get, like, as opposed to trying to scrape for something in particular from a place of lack, without that feeling of okayness, of like security, of love being based off something more pure, something more foundational than I think what this is highlighting. I feel like there's a fear of losing connection. Because of a feeling of like needing to gain your sense of sustenance or love or connection through certain means, as opposed to like for the entirety of someone and including all of their own personal needs and their my belly their natural way of being. This just feels like a simple energy of like taking everyone into account, taking those around you into account, and taking yourself into account too. What are your needs and what are their needs, and is this current dynamic really suiting everyone involved? And this may not be a situation that is actually currently going on, but maybe you feel this dynamic and you can see that it could play out in the future, or processing of a dynamic like this that played out in the past, in order to bring yourself into future dynamics or current ones that feel mutually benefiting, that feel like your food or like your sense of worth isn't dependent on anything that isn't natural to you, or isn't dependent on any one thing, is just pure and there, unconditional. Yeah, this just feels like a simple message of where are you giving from, and if that doesn't apply, then and or where are you receiving from? Not necessarily what are you giving or what are you receiving, but where's it coming from? Okay, I think that's it for your reading. Pile 2.2. Yes, bye-bye. Yeah, you are loved. You don't need to prove that. There's one more situation that I'm not, I feel like I haven't pinpointed. Let's get a card for that. Salty Death. Back of the deck, Koro Sensei. One message is someone leaving you because of certain things, because of maybe a certain, possibly this was like a lack of giving, but I'll say certain things because I can't really see clearly right now. Maybe that's part of it, not being able to see clearly. So someone leaving doesn't mean that why can't I see that anymore? Back of the deck, Koro Sensei is making me think of duty. But he's a teacher that it's like he's been forced into that position. So maybe a question of like, what is really your responsibility, or what was really their responsibility? What I'm wanting to say here is there may be a clash of values. That doesn't really fit either. It's like I saw the situation and then it went blank on me. Something going blank on you, maybe? Kanata at the back of the deck makes me think of freedom. Not wanting to feel tied down. And independence, like not being dependent on teachers or not being dependent on others, but a desire for, or the ability for personal exploration or personal, like being untethered, looking after yourself. I feel like I'm gonna keep my belly's just gonna keep rumbling. Do I just... But why is that an issue? Is that part of this? I will drink water. That's what I'll do. I'm wanting to say you know. Like your gut knows. And it's the part of you that brings you into a softness, a love. A sense of peace and like you're feeling valued. It's like not a feeling of needing to struggle for something, but feeling like it's a feeling of like feeling like you're enough and that you are loved. Okay, I won't overcomplicate that now. Let's move on. Welcome in pile number 2.3. I would like to use this deck for you. I wonder if you're like looking around at options somehow, because I'm looking at my different decks and I'm really noting that. We have Tinkerbell. Back of the deck is Perspective. And then I'll use this deck. I kind of want to turn the moon in reverse here. So maybe we're looking at the past. Or something more in the subconscious. I don't feel like it's the subconscious. I feel like this could be the past. Okay, it's the crazy one in reverse. I think this will have to do with a connection you're no longer a part of, or a connection that you're a part of, but there's something that happened in the past. This could be past lives too. It doesn't have to be the past in this current embodiment. It could be the current embodiment of one of you, but not of the other too. That's one of my favorite feelings. It just like brings such an expansive view of reality, of life, of oneself. Feels so connected to the soul. Like when you experience the soul of, like when you experience a soul in one body and then their soul being in another body and you're in the same body, like for both times, and it just feels like, that's life. That's what soul connections are. There's a strong feeling of like seeing the soul in this or them. Whee! Okay. We have Flower Realm, Blue Avian, Avians. I think there's a questioning here of like, is something really true? Is that in shot? Oh, there's loads more room. I think I want to zoom it out a bit for you though. Yeah, there's that higher perspective again. Bringing through more of like a soul recognition feeling. I think you have a very close connection to someone and you're questioning its integrity. Either maybe question, but this is the past. Okay, let's keep going with more cards. I feel like this is something you've already... Why is this moving so much? I feel like this is something you've already gained clarity on. Why do I keep moving that blue avian? Something just keeps being brought back to your attention because you haven't seen the fullness of it. We have new guide, but in reverse, so it's an old guide. back of the deck circle, which feels like that again of this is a cross between source and a circle shape. So it feels like looking at the interconnectedness of things, but quite likely the like disconnect or like a perception of a disconnect. Where do you come from? That's the feeling here. Let's use the character deck for the right. Right. I'll get runes too. Okay. Can attack him up. Coming out could be a significant thing. I feel like there's a sense of obliviousness here. Yeah, we've got Yui too. Keep her in reverse, I don't know why yet. The truth coming out too. Back of the deck is Noi in reverse. Okay, now we get runes. There could be something strong with freedom, because Kanata makes me think of freedom as well as Andromeda. Some of you have a spirit guide who is trying to get your attention. We have Laguz, but it came in reverse. Like a lack of... There's a strong feeling of misunderstanding here, but it doesn't feel like that to me. It just looks like that to me. But since I'm saying that, maybe to you. Who do you know in this lifetime that you've known before? Or who from your past is wanting to be highlighted to you because of like certain guidance they may have, or wisdom from looking at your experiences with them that want to come through? There's a feeling of wanting to redo something, or wanting to really look at maybe family ties from the past. So we have Laguz in reverse, then Awaz, then Jara and Othala. Laguz is water and healing, motherly energy, but reverse. Then we have Awaz, which is it's reminding me of Yggdrasil and Odin hanging himself to gain a new perspective of the world tree. The world tree, that's what it was. I couldn't think of what it was. Yew tree. Then Jara is cycles and harvest, and particularly the time frame 1 year could be significant. But since it's the third one, maybe 3 years for some of you. But also I kind of wanted to do it backwards, so 2 years. Maybe a 3 year period is significant, but maybe also 2 years ago. But take that as it resonates. And then Othala is a rune of, I wanted to say history, ancestry, heritage, inheritance. Yeah, that feels like something you can gain from your connection to like an old guide in the past. Okay, cool. To do with a sense of freedom, or like a higher perspective is what it's giving. And really seeing certain truths from the allowance of a new perspective, from the allowance of like seeing the other side of the story, like feeling. Okay, what I'm getting is for a lot of you, you're looking at a certain event from your past and this would be something that has like kept coming around, kept like appearing, and you didn't want that feeling. There's a feeling, I lost it because I noticed that what I was saying was applying for a particular person I used to know, and that bugged me. It was like, what is this energy? It's a feeling of like, it's harder for me to remain objective when, or like, okay, this is interesting. What's coming through is it's harder for me to sound like I'm remaining objective when I know something applies very particularly for someone in particular. So that whole expression could be important, like allowing your own fear of how you're being perceived to be getting in the way of actually what happened or their perspective. I don't know, feel free to interpret what I just said as a part of the energy here, but what I was getting was like a feeling of being drawn into looking at this situation from a new point of view that maybe you had resisted. Maybe there was a strong sense of wanting to see something from your own perspective, from a fear of letting in the other side. It feels like a fear of the heart somehow. There's so much about freedom here. Maybe a lack of wanting responsibility, like, and that just being someone's value, not needing to be right or wrong, but that just being someone's perspective here. What I was getting was like, you may have needed to process your own feelings in order to find a sense of value and respect for your part, and that now you've come into a place where you feel more open to like a forgiving energy that allows in their point of view too, that brings a sense of peace. Or it feels like understanding, bringing in more of a feeling of understanding. Calmer waters. Yeah, this feels like it's centering around emotions that you haven't been able to let go of. Possibly an experience that reflected like previous lifetime experiences, and those like past lives that you also hadn't let go of are a part of this energy. Maybe it's a feeling of having been taken for granted. That's the feeling. I feel like it's more spiky than that. Or more tumultuous. I want a card for what this Othala rune is about. Unicorns popped out. That just makes me think of, can you or can you not trust this? And also healing. And maybe it's more that. Maybe both. There's a feeling of like having expected something to be like rougher. Like, okay, this message is coming from before your reading in pile 2.2. My belly was rumbling tons, and I thought that would continue into your pile, and I was like dreading it, but it hasn't been rumbling, and it feels so like a strong message here of like, actually what you're finding is peace. Maybe this was something you didn't really want to feel into, like be still with. But when you are, what you feel is so much love and contentment. Something that just feels healing and how do I say that word other than healing? It's like a refreshing feeling, but feels so deep, like falling into a pool. Or maybe, okay, those words fit energetically when I said them, but then when I heard what I had said, it didn't fit. So maybe that's part of this experience too. It's like upon re-looking at the experience, you're seeing something that sounds more harsh, or you're it just feels like seeing the other part, seeing the other side, and not really, I'm not getting so much of like a mental, like what you're thinking about that, but more so just a falling into, it's not falling into, oh, I get it, or it's like your body gets it. Your emotions feel like you finally like let go of something. Like it no longer hits the same as it used to. Something that once felt spiky that now just feels soft and okay. The energy I'm getting for a lot of you is that this isn't something that you would like heal and then go back to. It just, yeah, back of the deck now, detachment. It feels like something that has already been put to bed, but that kept going on in your mind. And now you're really like seeing the truth of the situation, which allows you to let go of it, allows you to feel at peace and feel so much love for this, I think. Again, not in a way that actually makes you want to go back, but just in a way which feels like you have gratitude for those involved, or just gratitude for having come to a sense of peace, maybe. It just feels like the heart gets so opened. Birds could be a significant totem or symbol. Maybe you've been seeing particular birds. Alarm bells could also be significant. Or like certain sounds or songs. Yeah, this feels very emotional. And also, I do want to say, for those of you that would want like a reconciliation, or that you do see a future here, me saying like I don't see that for a lot of you doesn't mean that you need to disregard that if that doesn't feel like it applies for you. But I do think that this is putting to bed, for the majority of you, it feels like putting to bed something from your past and being able to move on with peace and love in your heart. We have beetle. I heard like beat to the, I beat you to the chase. Is that even an expression? And leopard at the back of the deck. This feels like a big soul cleanse. Like you're tying like a very large chapter of your life up. Like putting like the bow, the ribbon on like a string of past lives, or like an emotional experience that really hit you like not based off just one thing, but an accumulation of energies that you had been wrapped up in, that now feel like can be resolved, now feel like they can really be put to rest and enabled to like look to the future now. There's a feeling of now feeling like you can move on, you can let go, detach without feeling like a cling still. And it doesn't feel so disconnecting. It feels more like a connect in on a different wavelength. Yeah, it just feels like the energy of I love you. I'm not going back to this, but I love you. Or again, if this would be something that you'd want reconnection with, then it would be from such a different place. But again, I do want to reiterate that I think for the majority of you, that's not something that you're wanting. Or maybe for some of you, even something that's possible. But the love I'm feeling in my heart right now, I want to express that here. It feels like leaning on the spirits of those you love, like, or like shaking the hand of like a certain spirit. It feels like this is a feeling of like deliberately making peace, or like acknowledging, like really acknowledging someone or something, or like acknowledging a situation's end. I don't know, I'm just getting like shaking someone's hand in spirit. Maybe in person, but what I was getting was in spirit. And allowing new life to blossom from there. Hot drinks could be significant. I'm thinking of Polar Express and the, do they call it hot cocoa in that? No, they sing hot chocolate. Hot chocolate. Trains could be significant. Better yet, hot chocolate on trains. Oh, that made me think of training wheels, which made me think of what I had said there, like beating to the chase or something. I don't know what that means, so I guess that's just for those of you that resonates for. Oscar Isaac. That name came through. I think that's a person. The way I said it felt like like a low energy or like a judgmental energy, so that could also be significant. Like the darker side of this Oscar Isaac figure as if it's not like a full human, but just like the silhouette of them. Silhouettes could be significant. There's a song by Owl City called Silhouette. Probably loads of songs called Silhouette. But owls tie in with the moon energy too. To me. It could be a sense of reminiscing on the special times that you had with them. Maybe me talking about like an old soul taking, like a soul taking another form. Maybe that's significant here for those of you that this is a soul who's passed on. Maybe you've re-experienced them, or you're going to be re-experiencing them in a new body. Or maybe just your like understanding of them is in a new way. Like you're just seeing how your connection to them is still there, but just different. Oh, flower realm could also be like oh, and blue avian's feathers. Flower realm could be like putting someone's favorite flowers on like a particular site, like a grave, or like somewhere that you use in like a ritualistic way. That could be something that brings a deeper feeling of connection and love here. Goodbye for those of you who are going to leave. I felt like there could be a wave of people who don't want to sit in this energy. Love you. Bye. For some of you, this could include, I'm just seeing these quite particularly, like grieving the loss of a particular mother figure. For some of you, maybe that's very particular, like a mother figure. Maybe it's just someone that you had a deep emotional connection to. Or if it's if you're from the other piles, maybe someone, the one that was feeding. That could be significant. I feel another wave of, this is more an energy of like someone, some of you feel like something has clicked into place now, so maybe you feel called to leaving. Because I'm going to get more cards, but I feel like they won't apply to everyone here, so use your own discernment. I'm thinking of the blue avians and avians. If you're feeling like you're if you're seeing loads of like synchronistic birds, or if birds are important, I want to get some extras here. We have Puffin. I love that partnership. A whole community of birds. We have honey buzzard. Okay, that's it. Interesting. I thought there'd be far more. Yeah, honey buzzard makes me think of something very particular, like a particular way of connecting. Because honey buzzards, like they eat, oh wait, I think maybe I wrote it on the back. They eat wasp larvae. Their faces have dense scale-like feathers, so that they, so it's protected from their stings. Just like a particular food source that requires like a particular skill. Which just feels like that energy of particularity. I feel like there are lots of specific messages that people could get from that, but I'm not seeing to say anyone in particular. Oh, there's such a love of connection here. But it just does go hand in hand with like a certain openness is what I'm wanting to say. Certain sense of like unconditional freedom, love. This doesn't feel like an energy like tied down at all. I think I'll get one more of these cards. Then head off. We have Moving Stag, which is a spirit who it's a spirit that I connected with who helped with like guiding a soul who had left their body. So, in other words, there's an energy of like moving with the tides and embracing this disconnect, embracing this death of sorts. And it's like particularly feeling so accompanied in that journey of detachment. Such a companion feeling. A lot of you might feel like they are a part of your spirit team. Again, just that, or like they're with you but in a new form now. Okay, I like ending this way with putting the moon upright, which feels like that putting the past to bed and reconnecting in this new way. And just that nourishing, loving feeling of the moon. Feeling so held through this, with this. And they're like looking up, looking at what's to come feeling. I love that, looking at what's to come with love in your heart. And I don't feel like I would typically resonate with that expression, love in your heart, but it just fits so perfectly here. Okay, I love you, pile number 3.3. See you in another if I do. Bye bye.